Man, it is a good day here in the north where it's fucking snowing. God, oh man, it's snowing. It's November. You know what that means. Ella is in full Christmas mode. I'm surprised and shocked that there aren't lights in the background already, actually, but just you guys wait. Give it a couple of days. I'll see you all on Monday for that, I suppose. Good morning, y'all. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Hello. Today is a very special, very important day, as today is maybe the first day that I get to say the first official Realms of Eldara product release. Product, is that the right word? I don't know. Dumb project release. As today is the day that the pre-orders for the Eldara trading cards releases. In 2 minutes, they go live on the print store. Yep, on Electronic Blair Arts print store, officially, for the first time ever, Eldara trading cards. I'm stoked, man. Dude, I have to get so much paper. Oh my god, I have to put so much fucking paper. Oh, I'm excited. I don't care if anybody does. If nobody buys them, I don't care. I'm still gonna make them and then just hoard them and sit on them like a goblin, you know? But hey, these should be a good investment in the future. So says Sir Cobalt, who plans on retiring off of his Evan-Blair art stack, whatever that means. So I have to make a Cobalt, like a one-of-one treasure card with the intent of being sold for retirement, you know? Good morning, guys. On a call. Damn, bro. Damn, not even Steph's here, bro. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you. Cards not up yet. They shouldn't go up for another minute. Is 9:59 a.m. my time. I believe it goes up at 10 a.m. my time, but who knows? Could be a little early, could be a little late. You know how that shit is. I'm sure you won't get dinged for posting links in YouTube chat, Cass. I couldn't imagine that. Not to Evan-Blair Art. Maybe I should go get the store link. Hold on. Let's get up there. Evan-Blair Art store. Store? That's not how you spell store. That's fine. That's fine. There's the link in YouTube chat, so that Cass doesn't have to get smacked for that. And there's the link in Twitch chat. And there's a new section for it even. There's a new section. Ooh. So we got prints. That's not it. Limited print series. Why is it in Great British Pounds? God, there we are. No. Fine art cards. Oh. They're up. They're up. Let's go, dude. They're up. You guys like the art that I did for the box? You like that? You like that? That's pretty nice, isn't it? Yeah, dude. Yeah, look at that. We can add stream elements to YouTube too, so they can use the commands over there. Yes, that'd be good. I want to do that. I definitely want to do that. The thing is, Blaze, last time I tried to do anything with my YouTube told me you didn't stream enough, idiot, and you need to have more stream to stream better. I didn't know what any of that meant, but it said I couldn't do shit. So it wouldn't connect my stream elements last time I tried. But I'm also dumb. YouTube's a whole fucking mess. I don't know, man. But there they are. Look at them. Look at them. All right. All right. So we'll go over it. So the 3 things for Series 1 First Edition that I put up for this, the 3 things I wanted to do that I would want to see in the cards are obviously single booster packs. I think there's about 100 of those, and I'm planning on having extras so I can do, like, you know, have them at conventions and stuff. I'm making a small amount of boxes of like proper boxes. I'll come with a box topper, promo of some variety. We haven't decided on what it'll be, but it's gonna be fucking sick. And then also, you guys asked for the possibility of doing uncut sheets. So I decided to do an uncut sheet series limited to 10. So that'll be fun. It'll be a little uncut sheet thing, and I'll number them and sign them in probably in fancy gold, because normally for fine art you do it in pencil and graphite, but I have a really nice fancy gold pen that I've been signing all the sketch cards with, and I'm really enjoying it. So I think we'll do that because it'll be sort of in there. But yeah, so should be up. There should be enough. I wanted to make sure there was enough for everybody, okay? Because y'all were fucking threatening to order shit and whatever, and order please. You got the first order? Oh shit, dude. What'd you get? Did you get some booster packs? Did you get a box? Let's go, man. Well, thank you for the orders, guys. I hope you enjoy OMFG. What? They're still here? They're still here? It's... What are you guys fucking trolling me for? What are y'all trolling me for? Look at them. They're right there. What? What?
No.
No what? What's sold out? What's sold out? The boxes are sold out?
Okay, dark. No.
The boxes are sold out?
No.
Okay. If anyone wants to get a box, and if what I was gonna say after it, like, I had a whole list of process. So if for some reason the boxes get sold out at some point in time, which apparently we need to address now, if someone does buy 8 booster packs, which is a box, I will make them a sealed box for that. So I was gonna say there's extra. The whole point was to have a certain number of boxes and a certain number of packs so that people could get a single pack if they wanted it, and to buy a whole fucking box. But if somebody wanted to buy a box and the boxes were sold out, you could get 8 packs, and if somebody orders 8 packs, then I will make it into a box. I'll get sent in a box. I make a box for that. You fucking kidding me? How long was that? Was it? Hey, yo, is that 4 minutes? 4 fucking minutes?
3.
Huh? It was a 3-minute fucking... Dude, come on, man. Well, thank you for your orders, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, man. No, Samurai, if you do order 8 packs, then I will happily send you a whole box, you know, properly packaged up and whatnot. So I was gonna go over this. I thought that we had at least 10 minutes to get there before I could mention the plan for inventory.
Dark side.
So Jesus Christ, you guys. Whew. All right, man. Wow. Okay. Thank you for the orders. I appreciate that. Look at that. Wait, is it actually sold out on the boxes? Hold on. So sold the fuck out? There's some packs, right? Okay, good. Holy shit. Oh my god. Am I gonna... Okay. I might have to make a second edition for conventions next year, aren't I? Oh, God. Okay. Whew, well, damn car internet. Wait, won't you buy them? Why not steal? Wait, what? What?
Ivan Blemerald Drum.
Shut up, Ella. You're right there. Not thanking you for your sub. Jesus, man. Okay, well, I don't know what to say, dude. Why do you need that many? Okay.
Breathe.
Breathe. Yeah, apparently Ella. Holy shit. How many?
Huh?
Do you want to just remove inventory of packs and put? How many packs are left, Ella? There's 124 packs left. Okay, can you? Yeah, could you remove? Oh my god. Could you remove? You're just piecing out. Okay, Jesus, man. Well, fucking good god. Okay. Yeah. Could you remove? Yeah, could you remove 48 packs and add 6 boxes of inventory? Just so it's actually listed there. And then there'll be less individual packs, but that's fine. That is 76. So, there you okay. You're adding 6 boxes and removing 48 because the problem is the print run's the same. The print run doesn't change. It's just whether or not there's boxes or okay. I did not think that the boxes would be the popular. I thought that maybe people would get a couple of packs. All right. Holy shit, man. What? Oh, okay. Fuck, man.
He wants Steve.
Steve? Oh, he got some. Oh, sick. Who else got a box?
I don't know.
Okay, wow. Cobalt did? Oh, wow. Hey, there it is, man. Cool ass. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Fridays are fucked me. All right, Dark. Please don't work too hard, man. I would fucking. Can I make sure it's not sold out anymore? Ella says thank you, Dark. Thank you for the support, man. Yeah, it still says sold out. Wait. Let me refresh. It still says sold out. Go, Ella. Go market. Wait, no, I'm the marketing team. You're the production team. No, wait, I'm production. What is Ella? Ella's some shit in there, but thank you, Ella. I appreciate it. So that's cool. You know, trying to finish the thought. Be doing a couple of giveaways and stuff. For packs throughout the season. Got some special stuff in store for some advent calendar purchasers, which is a couple of people in a guild. So, good morning, Nix. Yes, she's a technical genius. She is the engineer. So, and IT simultaneously. That's true. Although sometimes that's Blaze. So, you can't fix it. Why not? Can I refresh again? Sure. Did you need to hit a button? No. What? Okay. Refresh. No, I'm refreshing. I love this box. Dude, I hope Ashy approves of this box art. This box art was a box of fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I just traced out. I think I saw Ashy in here earlier. Shit, man. Shit. Oh, fuck. I harassed him yesterday, so. You're removing the listing briefly. Okay, well. Gotta buy 8 packs at Evan will make you a box. Yes, that's true. That's exactly what will happen. So, fuck, guys. Is listing still live? I don't know. It is not. Page not found. Now try again. All right, let's try again. It is there.
No, stop.
No. Hey. Hey. I heard might buy packs with enough for Fishy also since she's at work. Why does Fishy want cards? Why would Fishy want cards? What the hell? I said I'd send her promo. She didn't need to get anything. Because we like opening cards. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah. That is important. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, man. Thanks, bro. We're gonna find the shipping price. Shipping prices are calculated through Shopify based on where you are.
Also, though, it's so if you watch items that it will
Oh, if you buy packs and a box, it doesn't combine the shipping, so it makes you pay for both. Okay, and Alice said she'll just refund whatever, like the shipping. Apparently, Shopify is not working that well, but nobody's doing that anyway, so it's fine. Okay, so shit, man.
The shipping on and then refunding.
I did not think I'd be making so many boxes. I thought, Jesus Christ, Jesus fucking Christ, man. I don't know what to say, dude. I gotta go buy some fucking paper. Holy, man. Yeah, you'll order the paper? Great. Great. Oof. All right. Yeah, man. Cool. Yeah, thanks, Ella.
Yep.
Is limited edition or can I buy after Christmas? So, all right. Because I want to have all the info out and whatever, we'll go over what the cards are. I was not expecting that. I was thinking they'd release, they'd launch, and I'd have like maybe 10-20 minutes to talk about what's going on with it, what my plans are, why I'm doing this, whatever. So that got a little sidetracked. So let's start from the top again, shall we? Guys, hey, this is the first Realms of Eldara thing. So this is the Realms of Eldara trading card set. And this is a project I've wanted to do for a while. It's going to be a shit ton of work. It's going to be endless hours. And I'm doing this entirely as a passion project. And I was going to say, if a couple people buy some cards and I get enough to like sales to pay for the material costs, then I'll be happy. If I don't sell a single pack and I just sit on my hoard of sealed collector's cards of my own game thing, then it's not a game, but then that's good too. I'm happy with that. So it is going to be a limited run. The first edition will be a limited run. Okay. It is all artwork based off of Eldara, obviously, from the first years leading up to Eldara. So this is, in my way, a small way of cataloging all of the great art and things that I've done that I really love, my passion for, you know, world building and concept art, all of the stuff before Eldara basically goes to like into a serious sort of thing. Because right now there's no Kickstarters for the Eldara game. There's no, you know, adventure that's formally out and released and published. It's still in beta, although it's basically done. So this is kind of my like, hey, this is just for us, for the people who are who are here for the project before it's like launches, more or less. This is a cool thing to like kind of as a way to catalog and display and celebrate the project so far. So it's all artwork from Eldara. It's going to be composed of a base set of 25 cards, 5 maps cards, which is the current 5 maps that are out, as well as then a whole set of rares and inserts. So if you are a person who comes from let's say like Pokemon trading cards or Magic the Gathering trading cards, and you don't know anything about the sports cards world, serialization is something that wouldn't really make sense to you. So let me explain the way that I want to do a trading card set, and the way that I've formatted this, and the way that I'm really proud of it. So I really loved old trading cards where you got something cool in every pack. There was a shift at a certain point in time between trading cards being something that were, you would get something cool in every pack, and the mystery was, I don't know what I'm getting, but it's going to be cool. And it shifted to a new age of, I don't know if I'm getting something cool. So a lot of like the heartbreak in the modern trading card scene is that if you're not buying a collector's box of fancy Magic cards, you can't get the coolest card. And if you're not buying, or if you're buying Pokemon, the likelihood of getting something that's cool or whatever, like a good art card, it's like 1 in 500 packs. It's so, and the stuff that you open in a regular pack, you see people opening them, ripping it, throwing it, ripping it, throwing it, and like the cards don't mean anything, they don't matter. But for me, since I'm making this all by hand, every single card I want to matter. So I want it to be a very limited print run so that it feels like something that is sort of a blend between fine art and trading cards. The way that I'm doing this for serialization is using the sports card method. So if any of you have ever bought sports cards, collected baseball cards, hockey cards, whatever, in the modern era, so the last maybe like 20 years, you know that that's the way they sort of create exclusivity is they create serialization. So when you get a cool card, it's numbered, and it's a one of whatever, one of 100, one of 500, one of 1,000, whatever. So you can get your cool sports player in a like a one of 300 cool blue version, or a one of 200 yellow version, or a one of 5 green version, whatever. And this sort of is an idea that blends trading cards with fine art, where you create editions in series. So this is maybe kind of dumb for, like, this project cannot be scaled. It cannot be scaled past what I'm doing right now. Every single pack has a rare in it that is a serialization, and every single card is serialized. That is rare. Magic does do serialization now too. They've decided to go from the Pokemon method of like ultra premium whatever versions of the card, where they have 18 different arts and full border, no border, whatever cards, and they've moved to serialization being a thing. So yes, they've caught on recently, but they don't do it in the way that sports cards do it. Sports cards do it in like there'll be like a ton of serialized cards. Magic has like 1 or 2 serialized cards or whatever every couple of sets. So they are catching on, and you know, good for them. I think it's a good way of limiting print run, because that was an issue in the past, is whenever a set was great, Magic and Wizards was like, great, we'll just print it to the moon, people will buy it. And then the problem is that when the supply of a card quadruples, then no one wants it. And then when there's an extra product, they would dump it on Amazon on Black Friday or whatever, and then it's kind of like not worth anything. And it's like, you know, you still don't know if you're getting anything cool. So the way that this is going to work is the first edition is a limited run of 300 packs. I will be keeping 50 packs back, so only 250 are for sale. 50 boosters I'm keeping back as use for giveaways in the future, use for cool promos, like auction stuff, imagine a couple of years, or in like 20-30 years, doing like a charity auctions at Eldaracon and having like a first edition booster of the Realms of Eldara trading cards from 2025 or whatever. Like this is so I want to keep a small stack for the future for cool projects and cool things like that. So it's only going to be 300 packs. That's it. That's all I'm making for first edition. Now, I will be making a second edition, and if the demand is there, a third edition in the future, so that I have card packs to take to conventions. But I didn't want to make public on any of my social media. I didn't want to talk about the first edition or anything like this until everyone who's wanted stuff gets it. Thank you for the sub, Meegs. I appreciate it. Thanks for 32 months, bro. So the first edition, second edition, third edition, they will all be serialized. So every single rare will be numbered between 1 and 20. In addition to rares, there will be epic cards, which will be numbered to, I believe, 6, I think. Maybe, yeah, around 6, 5 or 6. I wrote it all down. I can't remember off the top of my head. There'll be epic cards, which are kind of like, you know, cool insert, whatever. There'll be legendary cards, which are like 1 of 3s, and there'll be a couple of artifact cards, which is, this is kind of a meme, but those are 1 of 1s. So in addition to it, one thing that a lot of people have loved about the sports card mixed with entertainment card world that I think is really cool is if you buy sports card company entertainment cards, so like Star Wars, Marvel cards from sports card companies, you can get sketch cards. And those are really cool because it's a card that has some art from the thing on it, and you can get it as a random, like, extremely rare thing in the pack or whatever. So you get a rare, like, Luke Skywalker illustration by some artist that does like some Star Wars comics or whatever, you know. So I wanted to do the same thing for these cards, but I wanted to make it a lot more common. I didn't want to make it like some super rare 1 in nothing to get a sketch card. So 10% of all the packs made, so 30 packs, will have a sketch card in it. So I've already started making them. A lot of them, there's a couple of different like series of sketch cards, unofficial series. There's the Towers of Eldara. There's a series of Crumbs in their natural habitat. There's the series of Orbs. So I'll post pictures of all these cards on all the individual arts for the sketch cards, because these will be unique. If these sit in the booster pack forever, the world will never see them. So I need to photograph them and make sure they're, you know, sort of in the wild, and then you can kind of know what's still in the set or whatever. So that's the plan for first edition. The reason I'm doing this is because I think it's fucking fun to make trading cards, and I was gonna say I hope you guys think it's fun too. I did not expect or anticipate such a massive bit of support this early. I didn't expect the first row of the boxes to sell out in 3 minutes. That kind of you know, hey, I don't really know what to say, but I appreciate it. So yeah, so I'm not sure if there's anything I didn't go over, if anyone's confused on anything or has any questions or whatever, because I'm kind of a little bit scatterbrained right now. But yeah, I wanted to make a set of cards every year or two that sort of celebrates the different eras of the Realms of Eldara with all the new art that I do. So right now it's kind of a mixture. The base set cards are a mixture of you know, characters, portraits, concepts, sketches, as well as illustrations and paintings. The rares are similar, and then the legendaries and epics, those are not art that you can't get elsewhere, because I don't want it to be like, oh, I really want a piece of Ella Blackwood. Well, you can only get Ella Blackwood as a 1/1. The 1/1 Ella Blackwood is just a cool full art version of her that's signed. That's it. So it's kind of like I'm taking all my favorite things about all the card games I've collected in my time, from the games like BattleTech and Magic and Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, to the collectible cards like Star Wars and Warcraft and sports cards, hockey cards specifically, because Ella has a big hockey card collection, as well as things like Weiss Schwarz and other games that I've liked, because I spent a good chunk of my life, like I've spent like 6 years working at the game store, in deep on the card game scene. I was like the second banana for all the trading cards for the biggest game store in Canada at the time. So it's like, I did this shit. I loved it. I lived and breathed cardboard, from the competitive play, the collection, to the investment, to all the stuff that I loved about trading cards. And I saw the games that I love change, and I saw the community change. I saw it to be more about kind of scalping value and whatever. I saw about resales and, you know, grading and all this kind of stuff. And I saw a lot of the things I loved about trading cards kind of collapse. And so what I'm doing is I'm building this thing into, this is not a game. This is like sports cards or whatever. Fine art cards that are accessible and really high end, because the paper I'm using, by the way, these are not trading cards on cardboard. This is the Cotton Rag 340 GSM fine art paper that I use for all my other prints. So I am treating these as individual pieces of fine art. That's how I'm looking at this. That's how I'm thinking about this, is exactly like that. So I really hope that those of you guys who grab boxes find some cool surprises in there, and hopefully find some cool stuff. But yes, to answer the question, will they be available after Christmas? Yes, they'll be available after Christmas. The first edition will be a short print run that I'm not advertising in massive ways. I'm not making big videos and whatever about it, and like running a campaign, buying ads or anything like this. I might post about it on social medias, just a very small post, just because there are people that follow, you know, only on Twitter, only on wherever, and don't know the Discord or anything like that. But it's intended as a small thing for you know, for us basically. But after Christmas and for the rest of the year, I do want to have booster packs available at conventions, because a couple people at Edmonton Expo that were there and opening cards that I had for test packs to see how it opened said that they loved the idea of coming back to the booth at different conventions and seeing me and getting cards. So a second edition will be made that'll be the same thing. It'll be a print run of 20 rares. It'll be a print run of whatever else. It'll be the same thing. It's just going to be second edition. So right here where you see the little first stamp, I'm either going to replace it with like a big number 2, or maybe a second or whatever, or I might remove the first stamp altogether. I don't know how it's going to work, but the second edition is going to be the art, the cards, they're all going to be the same for the most part, just without some of the markings that indicate first versus second edition. So you could get like a 1/1 Ella Blackwood in first edition, and then like a 1/1 Ella Blackwood in second edition, you know. But it's supposed to be something that's accessible. So if people actually want the art, because this is for the love of the trading cards and the love of the art. This is not for like investment, whatever, some big like trading card thing that people are gonna get rich off of, even though Cobalt and Dark and fucking Steve apparently hey. But the point is that I want it to be something that is out there and accessible for the whole year. So that's why I'll make different editions of it. The reason why I don't just, why don't just make a big edition? Why don't just, instead of making 3 editions of 300 booster packs, why not make 1 edition of 900 booster packs? Because in the numbering of cards, then rares are not out of 20, rares are now out of 60, and it's a whole bigger thing. And I don't know if there'll be demand for a 3rd edition. Maybe first edition sells out today. God knows we're fucking halfway there. And then 2nd edition, I have all of next year, or maybe 2nd edition sells out by, you know, Christmas or something like that. And then I have 3rd edition available at conventions. I don't know. I don't know if I would really need to or think about something past the 2nd or 3rd edition, but yeah. So that's the plan. These are the cards. These are where we're at. Have fun. Good luck. I don't know. I really wanted to make sure that every single pack is not, it's not a question of like one of my main like core tenets for this is not a very good tenet for like a big product, which is why I couldn't do this through like another company or whatever. It is not, I don't want the answer to be the gamble of, do I get something cool in a booster pack? I want it to be the surprise of what cool thing do I get, because that was a big turning point for me. And a lot of people argue and say that I am wrong about this, and that's fine. This is my opinion. This is the way I feel about it. I feel like trading cards changed at a certain point in time from the surprise, because people have said, oh, trading cards are always gambles. Like trading cards have always been gambling, like whatever. I don't think that's the case. When I was doing like really into trading cards, it was a surprise of what cool thing you're getting, not if you're even going to get something cool. And now I feel like that's what it is. So that's the reason, that's my guiding sort of post for this, is to make sure that I'm always proud of the thing that I do for this. Because yeah, this is not some big money making endeavor for me that I'm going to fucking retire off of. This is going to be like hundreds of hours of work because I am hand cutting everything. This is gonna be my life for the next month, but I'm excited, man, because it's really fun. So you got your 2-pack steal. Let's go, dude. We're in a corner of the aftermarket for when you're famous there. Yeah, there you go. And I think that, so if you, a lot of people who bought a box, I think you should be able to get hopefully the whole base set in it. That's kind of the intent. But I think that it'd be pretty fun if like we'll create like a little trading channel or whatever in Discord. If anyone wants to trade any commons up to get a full base set or something. So I like that'd be cool. And then I will do also some stuff like randomly inserted commons that are like signed in gold pen, you know. So there'll be other stuff besides the rares and sketch cards and whatnot to make packs kind of cool. So I hope you guys have fun. I'll be posting updates on this in the next month, printing, whatever. Hopefully shipping hopefully, fingers crossed, shipping, you know, in time for Christmas. Yeah, man, I don't know. I think that's it. So thank you, Cross Streams, for the 42 months. Thank you guys for the subs while I was monologuing about dumb shit, and thank you, Brooklyn. I appreciate that. Have you written in Eldara? I am currently writing the first Eldara novel. So if you consider adventure writing, then yes. If you consider that not writing, then no. I'm only doing the first Eldara writing now. But I've written tens of thousands of words of story, lore, and adventure for Eldara so far. Just not anything that you can like pick up as a book yet. So I'll be comparing my base cards to the wall art. If I'm missing stuff, I'll have to consider cracking the second book. I wonder if I should do a checklist. Like you know, like a lot of times in sports cards, they'll have a checklist card. I could do that as a random insert. Like change, like add that to the map pool, is have a random base set, you know, thing in there as well. So that could be kind of fun too. And I'm like, this is still an evolving project. So if you guys have ideas like that, like a checklist card or whatever, or things like that, I'm 100% happy to hear and super excited. Like one thing I might do is I might also put in like randomly inserted like alpha and beta cards in common slots, right? So obviously it's not intended as you collecting a full set, but just like have like, you know, every once in a while you open a pack and it's like, you got, you know, your 4 commons of normal commons base set, and then you get 1 like first edition beta or whatever. Just like dumb shit like that. Like, I think that's fun, okay? That kind of shit's fun to me. So that's kind of stuff that I want to do as well, in addition to said checklist contain the entire set, including rares and epics. So I think that would be too long to fit on a card. Mostly what I've seen for sports cards checklists is they are just the base set. And I think that's what I would do, is I keep it as a base set. Because like rares and epics and dumb stuff like that, they're supposed to be really cool, but it's not intended to be a thing that you collect those. It's like, hey, when you collected your base set, what couple of cool rares did you get? You know, not to be like this whole thing of oh, you got to get the entire thing, man, because I feel like that would be more in the production side of things of like you know, mass produced, very low cost booster packs that you could collect the whole set with. But since these are much higher premium and they cost more than regular booster packs for regular trading cards, and they're a much shorter print and a much smaller set, I feel like the expectation, like I doubt anyone, maybe Dark, anyone would really be able to collect a full set of the rares and everything else like that. It's just maybe the rares. You guys could probably like trade rares across and collect a full set of rares. Probably, you know, because there's only 10. I think there's 10 rares and then 2 secret rares, which are they're secrets. You'll know when you see them, but I'm not photographing or taking pictures or showing off the secret rares whatsoever. So I will show every card that's going to be in there, all the epics, whatever. I'll have it we'll make a big gallery for it. It'll be really cool. So you can see what's still in the set and whatnot, what's not found, what's still being hunted for, things like that. But when it comes to the secret rares, they're going to be an entire secret. So you can't talk about it. Yep. We gotta be quiet. How far along in the novel? Not far, to be honest. I just started writing it a couple weeks ago. And it's my first narrative novel writing, so I'm very uncertain about it. Ella said she's loving it because I'm letting her read it as I go. She said she's really, really loving it, which is a really good sign because Ella is now she's biased because she's literally married to me, but she is also a very discerning fantasy reader. So she says it's pretty good. So we'll see. We'll see when I start doing the first like closed kind of like reader things for the book. We'll see what people actually think of it, because I want it to be good. I don't want people to tell me it's good because they don't want to hurt my feelings. I want it to be really good. Like if I can't write, then I want to learn and practice and evolve and get better until I can write, or buy someone's service as a writer and hire them to write the story for me. You know, that's also a possibility. So after watches, I got to work, but congrats again to the EVA Blackwood Dice on a sell launch. Thanks, the orb. Wait, we're not fully sold out. There's still cards. There's still cards. Those are still up, and those are still up. And I don't know how many of, if any of the uncut sheets sold or not, but we're not sold out. Let's not get crazy here, right? But thank you everyone who did. I don't see this on my end. I have no idea who got what or whatever until after stream or whatever. Actually, I need to go downstairs and maybe I'll ask Alex. I need to get a new drink anyway. But yeah, thank you to everyone who yeah, thank you everyone who supported it. Thank you everyone who snagged a pack or a box or whatever. Yeah, man, I hope you guys have fun. It's gonna be really cool. There's gonna be some other special surprises in there for people who got day one stuff, so I really hope to make it badass. But give me a sec. Let me just go refill my water, and then we'll get into. We have a handsome boy to draw today. We have Teor, because last night was the return of Critical Role. And we need to get after it. Experience alpha beta reading, would be happy to read it when the time comes. Absolutely, Cass. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna call those favors in. So don't just offer that, you know, that kindness casually, because I'm gonna call that shit in when I do need readers. So thank you for offering that. Okay, give me a sec. And then we'll do the thing, get the guy, record the process, have a great fucking Friday. That's what we'll do. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. Also have limited edition failed print sheet. You know, available. Here it is. Wow. How about that, man? But yeah, man, this is the same paper I use, so. God. These are really nice in person. Anybody who has promos, it's the same paper, so hopefully you like it. Okay, our boy Tayor. It's time to draw Catman. Now, I said yesterday that I would only be a furry artist for one day. Unfortunately, we had to extend it. So all your furry jokes, I'll extend the moratorium on bannings until the end of this piece. So I just feel like it's the right thing to do morally, you know? So it's coming along. Hey, yes, entities finally doing Tayor, maybe if I can find my pencil. We got it. Oh wait, hold on, I need to make notes for the cards. We talked about checklist sec checklist slot, as well as oh yeah, cool. All right. So I can submit 6 requests while you're still working on this project. No. Mods close coffee requests until. No, come on, dude. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. Oh God. Ooh. Don't do it. The giveaway working? I don't know yet. We'll try it out later today, I think, probably. It wasn't working last time. We tried it again. Remember if that was yesterday or the day before, but I don't know what's wrong with it. We'll get there, because I still have the stack of promos to give away. So right now, I guess a lot of them are just going to be going to the vault if we don't get a chance to do it. So we'll figure it out. It'd be reasonable to interpret what you said in that manner. It would be, unfortunately. You're not entirely wrong about that. So. Did anybody watch Critical Role last night? Because I didn't watch it at all. I was busy doing shit the entire time, prepping on some stuff and getting things planned out and ready to go. Triple counted, quadruple checked, and whatnot. So, I didn't see it. Obviously, we can't spoil it, but I didn't. I think they switched over to the other group, so I think Tayor art would be well timed. You're watching it currently? Let's go. Oh yeah, they do reruns at the same time that I'm live, right? On Friday mornings. Yeah, dude. You think the beacon thing is worthwhile? I keep seeing that like they're doing a good job at advertising it, you know, and good for them for having their own service. I think that's like the dream, you know. Watch the break. They did have the whole cast. Oh wait, they had the whole cast there. Interesting. I would have assumed they would be breaking off into their like smaller crews already, but I suppose no, they just met up. Oh, okay, right. All right, okay. Yeah, dude, like Critical Role is so late for me now. Like it starts at what, 7 my time or some shit. You know, I can't believe you haven't mentioned your fan art getting retweeted yet by Luis. Yeah, man, he retweeted that shit. So both pieces I've done were retweeted by the cast member in question. So Luis retweeted it, and Whitney retweeted Tyranny, and they said they liked it. So that's nice. That's awesome, dude. You know what a nice little surprise for me seeing that. What's funny though is Luis actually retweeted Azune twice. So he retweeted it when I posted it, And then he quote retweeted it again last night. I don't know if he like didn't remember that, if he just liked it that much, or if he didn't remember that he retweeted it before. I don't know. That's pretty cool, isn't it? You know? I love doing so one of the things that I sort of don't like about doing fan art is I don't like sort of feeling like I'm just kind of like one of, okay, how do I describe this? Because you always do art for yourself, not for the viewer, the person, whatever. Like, it's a mixture between, it's a balance. We can talk about this for an hour. But basically, it's really nice when people who you do art for appreciate it. And I find that like doing a lot of art for like really big, because like if you're a big creator, or you're a giant VTuber, or you're a Critical Role cast member, you just can't like pay attention to everything that's made for you, because you just only have so many hours in the day. Fair enough. I'm not mad about that, right? But it does kind of like, you know, if I had just as much passion to do 2 characters for 2 different people, and one of them would actually see it and like it, and the other's kind of like, you know, it's just like one more thing in the ether. You know, obviously I want to do it for the person that's going to maybe like see it and appreciate it more. So it is very cool when I did not expect anyone from my Critical Art series to ever see the art, even. So Luis and Whitney seeing the art and also retweeting it, that's pretty cool. You know, that's pretty rad. I'm very flattered. I'm very honored, you know. So we'll see if I suppose, but they're newer and it's kind of new and fun. The question is, when I post Valus, will Ashley Johnson see it? That's the question, isn't it? Will Miss Ashley Johnson see it for Valus? And then will Laura Bailey see Thimble and be like, wait, I remember Evan. I was in his chat once. That one time Jackie asked me to go surprise him while he was streaming. Oh, that's so funny. She was so nice for that, dude. That's still the highlight of my Twitch career. I don't care what people say. Hey, for the Brennan Lee Mulligan fan art, what am I gonna do for Brennan Lee Mulligan? What would I do art for Grandmaster Mulligan of D&D? What do you think he would appreciate? You think he would want to see NPCs or something, or what? Because I do kind of want to do, as I said, I want to do fan art for things and people that wouldn't get fan art ever. You know? Like the bottle of terrible alcohol that they were drinking in episode 1. Things like that, you know? You'll do the lesser known, the rarer arts. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, you was there, Cobalt. Well, I don't do art of people though. Like, I don't do art of people's like likenesses, because the kind of like work that I do gets a little uncanny, I think, because it's like, it's not so stylized that you can kind of write it off as being like, oh, it's just anime, but it's not so realistic that you're like, oh wow, that's that person 100%. So like, I'm still debating. Even my friends asked me to do their wedding invitations. They're like, oh, could you draw us? And I like tentatively said yes. I don't know why I did, because I realized that that's just something that I just do not do, and I think I was just kind of like, I wanted to help. So I got to figure out how to, if I'm even going to do that, even if I can capture someone's like likenesses in a way that doesn't look kind of weird with this kind of like sketch thing going on and hatchy messiness. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe I could try and hit him with a portrait. Maybe he'll think it's cool. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Make him his own trading card. There we go. It would be fun to actually do trading cards for the whole cast when I do like a miniature trading card set for all the characters. That'd be kind of cool, actually. Look, I like trading cards. Leave me alone. I will apologize for nothing. Except for ruining everybody's characters by making my own artistic interpretation of it. You know, it's something that I think about a little bit with like the VTuber art. You know, I've gotten people very positive about my kind of like redesigns of like Mini and people like that, but a lot of people are also pretty offended at the idea of like, let's say, having a VTuber that is their Oshi and seeing art of them not properly and accurately depicting their animography. Is that like what an animagus is in Harry Potter, but anime instead? Can't you say animagus? Regardless, I've had mixed opinions on it. Some people really don't like it, so I worry about stylizing things a little bit in my method. I worry about it upsetting certain individuals, certain fans. I don't want to make people mad, you know. I don't get the critters on my back, bro. You know? One of Ren's best characters he played is a humanoid piece of cake from A Crown of Candy. A humanoid piece of cake. Well, that would settle the questions I keep getting on TikTok. What if I do non-human characters? Right? That would settle that one pretty quickly, I think. A literal fucking piece of cake. That's about as non-human as you can get. Yeah, man. Like, hey, that's an idea right there. We'll see what the marketing team thinks of it, okay? I'll have a meeting with them later. The marketing team, by the way, is me thinking of ideas while I'm sitting around playing World of Warcraft. We're an efficient corporate structure here at Electronic Blur Arts. But, you know, we minimize meetings and maximize productivity. And our employees seem to be pretty happy. Except for that one asshole that's always streaming. The guy needs to fucking chill. You know? I am... You know, that's a funny question, Brooklyn. Because here's the thing. I am recording. I am recording. What I'm recording is a blank part of my monitor. So, you know, I really appreciate I really appreciate you propping the question. Thank you. I gotta put God damn it. Oh my god. Fuck. Okay. Okay, you got it. Yeah, thanks, dude. Thanks for looking out for me. Oof. Oh, come on, man. Come on. I've been recording for 20 minutes. Just blank monitor. Okay. There it is. Okay. Hey. Hey, now I can hit re-record. Oh, now we're recorded. Hey. Yo. You know, the thing is, it's fine that I missed a little bit of it. It's not important, I don't think, to have every moment of a piece recorded. If you have like most of it recorded, or even good chunks of it recorded, you can make a video. A lot of like artists skip around in the process too, anyway. So it's not like, you know, not like you need to have every second, every brush stroke, every last little thing. I mean, if you don't, you might get accused of AI art. But then again, if I go to a convention, I'll get accused of AI art anyway. You know what? The Book Talk girlies didn't accuse me of AI art. I just realized this. There was only one person who prompted the question. Bro. I'm never going back, man. After Critical Role, I'm doing the entire Fourth Wing cast. You can't stop me. Another point, the book... Dude, the Book Talk girlies are cleaning up. Dude, the Book Talk girlies might be... They might overtake the D&D players at some point in time. The Book Talk girlies have in record time soared up the bracket on the tier list. above the weebs. I'm shocked. I'm such a fan of the Book Talk girlies now after this event. I said that I'd have opinions when I got home. And I knew I would, one way or another. I did not think my opinions would be so positive. I knew they'd be fun, but I didn't realize they'd be that good of a time, so. Was it Mr. Fangs? Did he accuse you of doing AI? No, it was not. It was not Mr. Fangs. Mr. I kind of wanted to give him like a back, but you know, I was trying to be decent. No, it was not Mr. Fangs. It was the group mom. And she basically had like an invisible tether leash on her 3 drunk friends, you know? But she was definitely group mom for the night, which is great, you know? Art of Rage, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. No, it was group mom that was questioning if I did AI. So, yeah. If I can love the fact that you can show these people VODs of you making the art and they'll still be like, I don't know, man. Those kids, bro, they were convinced. But like, maybe it's a good thing, Blaze. Maybe it's a good thing for a group of teenagers to be like so skeptical of the world around them that they're just, you know, untrusting of everything. Like, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe in like the AI age, like we got the benefit of growing up and forming opinions and like our brains fully developing before AI became a thing. What do you do if you're like 19 or like even worse, you're like 14 right now and you don't know what's real? So maybe it's a good thing. I wish they wouldn't be such obnoxious little shits about it, but I think that comes with the territory. I'm so forgiving of teenagers being the most obnoxious creatures on the planet because I think it's their right to. I think that as a teenager, it is your right to be the most obnoxious person anyone that you know knows, right? So I kind of forgive it a little bit. You know, you just roll your eyes and let the little peepos go on and do their little peepo thing. It only becomes a problem when, like, I would take obnoxious teenagers over millennials using language from the 2000s any day of the week, right? I would take them over equally obnoxious 30-year-olds. Like, you know, if you ever meet a millennial that says like that's like in their 30s and they say things like they reference bacon, you know, or they'll say like epic, or they'll say for the win, or they'll say like holy something they're surprised about, Batman, and you're like you're 33, stop. You know, I'll take the obnoxious 14-year-olds over the less obnoxious but more unsightly 30-something-year-olds at conventions, which unfortunately I have to deal with both of them at conventions quite often. You know, I'll happily take the obnoxious teenagers. They're lovely. You know, they're like they're forgivable. You understand why they're being obnoxious because we were obnoxious when we were that age. You know, we all had our fucking swept over bangs listening to Billy Talent. Sitting on Ventrilo playing Dota, listening to Bass Hunter. I don't know what you guys did when you were teenagers. But I would drive my Trans Am at night and listen to Bass Hunter way too loud. That was my teens. Yup. It's amazing I didn't kill myself in that car somehow by driving too recklessly. I was not a safe kid when I had that car. My parents should never have helped me get that car, man. I might face an embarrassment. I'm an obnoxious teenager at conventions. Good. That's fine. You're allowed to be an obnoxious teenager at conventions until you're like probably 23. Like, here's the thing. If you are still young enough that you're feasibly early on in your post-secondary education, I think you get to be obnoxious. Once you're at the point where you could look at somebody and be like, I could see you with a kid, that's when you can't be obnoxious. So I think you have until you look 24, maybe. I think it's when you look like you're 24, I think that you're done. You're done. Before that, you know what? Have a blast. Be as cringe as you want to. Go be loud and annoy people around you at conventions. Have fun. Enjoy every year of convention season you get to go to. Because yes, the conventions will be there forever. There will always be conventions. It's not like you have one convention of your youth. There's a big difference between being at a convention when you're a teenager or in like college and being at a convention when you're, you know, in your 30s and responsibilities and you have a dog you got to get home to and, you know, a wife and 4 kids and 3 cats and 2 jobs and 8 mortgages and, you know. So not to say that you can't still enjoy things at that point in time. I think that that's one of the biggest failings of the modern adult is that they adult too hard. They level up and they think like, oh, I can't do anything interesting anymore. I've decided to get married, get a house, get a stable job, and have kids, and thus I can't be interesting anymore. That's a problem, man. You got to fix that shit. But it does make it harder, you know. So you got to enjoy that shit while you're able to. When you're in high school and nobody gives a shit what you do or what you say or what your opinions on anything are, enjoy it, man. And when you're in college and you still can fuck up without doing any irreparable damage to your future, I invite you to fuck up your current situation to have a good time. Not too much, you know, don't screw your grades up that bad, but hey, you know, like when I have kids, I'm going to remember the lessons my mom taught me. Specifically when she said no son of mine will ever be stuck in a school on release day of a Lord of the Rings movie. I think that's good, man, you know? That's a good thing to remember. It's about a balance, yo. That I'll just homeschool my kids and say, screw it. Screw it. It's a great mom. Yeah, I mean, so I'm a 3rd generation D&D player. So my grandpa, her dad, he was a big fantasy nerd. So he was a fantasy nerd before fantasy was a thing. So like Lord of the Rings, he was reading that shit in the 50s and 60s. You know, the 70s kind of like fantasy and sci-fi era. He was reading all the books. He loved Dune. He would read Lord of the Rings every single year like Christopher Lee does or did when he was alive. My grandpa was such a nerd. He loved reading James Bond books and you know, pulpy adventure kind of like Lost World type books and mysteries. And then my mom took on the fantasy and science fiction part of that. So my mom grew up watching the original Star Trek and things like that. And Ellen and I were talking about this yesterday, actually. Star Trek The Next Generation was the best fucking show to raise kids on. Like, you know, in every show now, like, what's the biggest show of the last 15 years? Probably Breaking Bad. What's the biggest show of the last 5 years? Probably Yellowstone. I've never seen either one of these, but I have a general gist of like what's going on. I never watched an episode. They're all shitty. Like, just the people. They're all shitty people. It's all dark and grungy and gritty and shit. But I remember I would dress up as Geordie LaForge when I was a kid. My brother would dress up as Commander Riker for Halloween. And I put my mom's like hairband thing that, you know, like maybe you remember your moms in the 90s. They would have these like hairbands. They were plastic. They were kind of like dark see-through with kind of like a weird like leopard or wood print on it, you know? I haven't seen one of those in 30 years. But I'd put it all over my eyes like I was Geordie LaForge. My brother would like draw a beard on like he was Commander Riker. And you could be, as a kid, you could look up to any of the characters in that show, and there was something, you know, it was about science and exploration, whatever. I'm like, Jesus, what are we gonna raise our kids on in the future, man? There's like, oh my God, what if you're a parent, you got a 5-year-old, this is just starting to be able to think for themselves and whatever, just ever so slightly, and they want to watch the cool show you're watching. Oh my God, what do? Do you let them watch Breaking Bad? Ugh. I don't know, man. That seems like a lot. Hey. Yeah, so my mom raised us on all that kind of stuff. She'd take us out. Well, she'd take me out. My brother didn't really give a shit about a lot of like fantasy. He was a Star Trek guy, but I was a fantasy nerd. My mom read The Hobbit to me when I was really young, and I decided that's what I want to do for the rest of my life, is dragons and shit. What's up, Bella? No, you doesn't want to show chat anything. Nobody cares about your Christmas dog. Your stupid Christmas. No, don't. That's my. Okay. Una has her Christmas jammies on because it's snowing today.
But also because she's.
You good girl. You get your Christmas jammies on.
It's terrible.
You get your Christmas jammies on. Let me see. You got your belly exposed for stuff. Oh, You almost stuck your tongue inside of my face, and I almost threw you out the fucking window. I almost eliminated you into the next city. Okay? Alright? If you're not a well-behaved dog, I'll start feeding you Tylenol, and then you'll start streaming, like, Chibidoki or whatever. So, yep. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, Ella's, oh, she's right there, okay. Alright. Oh. Go 8-pound Morky. Wags. Wow. What a dog. What a dog. Yep. Christmas Una. Oh yeah, Ella has the whole Christmas pajamas thing down for Una. She has multiple little onesies for the winter because she's little and it's cold. So she got her last haircut today, or yesterday, sorry, her last like trim, and then she'll get a couple little trims through the winter, you know, sanitary trims as they're called for dogs. But she will not get a full haircut until like March, April. So she's gonna get like, she's in teddy bear mode right now. She's gonna turn to a fucking mop. She has teddy bear, mop, or rat mode. And right now she's in teddy bear mode, which is the transition between rat and mop. But then she has to be pajamas as well on cold days like this because the floors get kind of cold. So, I don't need to lock in and play my next D&D game. All right, Quarter, be good, man. Get after it, yo. My grandmother ordered me a pack of your cards for Christmas. Great stream, Evan. Dude, that's so nice. I'm so excited. Thank you so much. That's oh man, I'm honored. Well, you'll hopefully get something cool in there. So thanks, chilling, Carter. Nobody cares about your Christmas dog sounds like a line from a sad wait. A line from a sad made for TV holiday cartoon. It is. That's the entire life of me in November fighting the Christmas decorations back. Because, like, on Halloween, Ella's like, okay, is it midnight yet? Is it November? Ella will absolutely Christmas if you let Ella, she will Christmas in September. So, you know, you gotta be careful. What's up, Soja? Good to see you, dude. We let her out in the snow. Do you give her little booties? Yes. So it depends on how cold it is. If it's like around 0 and she's just going out for like a quick little whatever, no, she doesn't need them. She doesn't want them. But if it's snowy or cold, below freezing, then yeah, we have to put her in. We also have an ultra snowsuit for her that's like, because like it gets down to -40 here where I live sometimes. And when it is that cold, and by the way, just as a reminder, -40 Canadian is -40 American. That's where the two systems meet up. So if you're like, I didn't think it got that cold anywhere, it gets that cold here sometimes. And then with wind chill, it can get to -50 sometimes for a couple weeks in January, February. It's not that usually that cold before then, but still, it's cold as fuck. So we bought like $150 snowsuit for dog. That's like some Arctic expeditionary shit that is unbelievably warm. But even in that, when it's -40, I still carry an extra jacket outside. So I put on my winter jacket, I put on everything, you know, face cover, whatever, hat, gloves, everything. And then I'll bring another jacket and I'll have Una in that jacket because she only usually wants to go in the forest. And the forest is like a little bit of a walk from where we are. And so I'll take her outside in the jacket to the forest, and then I'll put her down there and she'll look up at me like with betrayal. Like, why would you do this? Why would it be this cold? We could just all pee on the carpet inside. This is not, we didn't need to go outside. I was perfectly happy just to pee on the carpet inside. You say, no, dog, we're outside. Get your fucking shit done. And then she'll walk the rest of the way home. So when it gets that cold, we have to have a snowsuit like that for her, as well as like boots and everything. So yeah, it's set the hell up ready for winter now. Even then it can still be like, Una doesn't go for long walks in the winter. She doesn't, if it's nice and the sun's out, it's kind of melty a little bit, so maybe even like, you know, -5, she'll happily go for a walk. But if it's like -15, -20, colder than that, she does not want to even look at the window, man. She's done with that shit. She wants a blanket and she wants the fake electric fireplace that we have with the heat coming off of it, and you leave that dog alone, man. She does not want anything to do with you for dog related reasons. So I don't know what we do about that, but we're doing our best. We're doing our best with her, okay? You go through everyone's 7TV list and make holiday themed ones. I absolutely concur. Wait, there's a Christmas crumb emote, isn't there? Is it time for the Christmas? We missed the Crumpkin. I can't believe no one reminded me about the Crumpkin. I can't believe I'm blaming everyone else for forgetting the Crumpkin. We missed the Crumpkin. Oh no. Hold on. Your rewards, emotes. There was a Christmas crumb, wasn't there? Wasn't there? Oop, wait. Where's my like pre-uploaded emotes? The Crumpkin. Look at him. He's right there. Where the hell is the Christmas crumb? I have to upload it? Oh, we have the Santa hat, Amelia. A van bowl. A van bowl. Christmas heart. There we go. Oh wait, that fucking stupid ass. God fucking stupid piece of shit streamer. Oh, thank God more people listen to my stream than watch my stream. Hopefully nobody got that besides Blaze. All right, there you go. I don't need the Van Bull. You're absolutely right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I don't know why I did that. I haven't. Hold on. That's 2 right there. Thanks, Blaze. Good catch. Thank God nobody watches my stream. Should we do also the Ella? Because we also have the Blackwood Dice Advent Calendar Snow Globe sticker. Do we have any holiday emotes? Holiday. I think there's supposed to be a holiday crumb. Oh, there he is. Okay, crumb is getting removed. Holiday crumb is in. There you go. All right. We can Evamble crumb and oh wait, why isn't this is not my Evamble hay mode. Okay, here's what we're doing. Dude, I'm so fried right now. My brain's so fucking fried. Oh, my brain's so fried. Okay. Now we're good. Now we're good. Bro, I have a new emote. Oh, right. Fucking meet a guy. Oh, shit. Wait, I have a new crumb. What the hell? Let's do the shield keychain. Oh, shit. Okay. Never mind. I'm sorry, Twitch. I'm sorry, Twitch. I'm so sorry. Oh, God. Lunar Ocean, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Whew, boy. What's up, Sabine? Yeah, I don't know. Let's check see if the cards real quick sold out. Let's see if the card's sold out. There are, I think Ella said 3 or 4 boxes left. And the packs, I think she said there were like 15 or 20 packs left or something in there. So no, they did not sell out. It is like 75% gone, which I'm a little nervous for because I intended for a lot less of the percentage of the print run to sell out today. So holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah. I don't really know what to say. I'm still a little stun locked over it. Because this is also like kind of the first ever like Eldara thing that I've done. You know, like Eldara product. Like the adventure is like, it's a free adventure, right? So it's like, it's not, there will be a product for it, but you can just get it for free, right? Like it's fine. It's not a product. This is the first Realms of Eldara like thing that I'm making, you know? And I'm really, really shocked that, where pre-order? Oh, right here. Right here. I suppose I should post in the Discord, shouldn't I? Now that everybody has gotten their pre-orders are almost sold out. Holy shit. Monka W. But there are a couple of boxes and packs left if anyone missed this stream today. And I'll also post the picture of first edition booster pack and first edition booster box, which is just a Yu-Gi-Oh box, blacked out. I don't know what the box is gonna look like. All right, there. And they're up the Discord. There they are. But yeah, basically the whole thing's almost gone, so that's fucking wild. I'll have to make second edition after Christmas then for to have stuff for the conventions, which is crazy. So I'm gonna do the I told you so dance so we finally meet IRL. I deserve it, okay? Bro, do you think anyone's gonna get their cards signed by me IRL? Bro, when am I gonna find the first card on eBay? When do you think I'm gonna find the first card on eBay? Patreon still Patreoning? The Patreon was paused for a bit, but it is back as of last month. And this month, I didn't want to say anything, but this month I'll be doing a little special trading card thing for people as a little fun, whatever. Because people have gotten some promos, but I want to do something a little more substantial for commemorating the release of the trading cards. Because I know a lot of people who on the Patreon are still invested, mostly in the adventure, but I think there's some people who are still invested in the general art stuff as well. So we shall see. I'm very excited. I'm very excited about that. Not going to post anything about it. It's going to be a secret. It's going to be a secret. And probably people won't give a shit, but I'll still do it anyway. So yeah, dude, I'm excited. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun rest of the month as I desperately try and get cards and coffee and everything done. I don't know why it's so creatively fulfilling to like see all the art that I've done over the past couple of years, like the kind of the highlights in trading card form. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's kind of wild. I'm very, very fortunate to have anybody give a shit about the dumb things I do, so I appreciate you guys. Appreciate y'all more than you know. Ooh, I gotta do Ella's. So Ella's advent calendars are also going out this week, and it's too late because her advent calendar pre-orders are closed. But I'm doing something special for people who got advent calendars for Ella. I always do try and do something kind of cool or special or limited for people who support Ella's advent calendars every year. And this year it's going to be pretty substantial, and hopefully they all like trading cards. So it's going to be more than just a promo. It's going to be pretty fucking cool if you ask me. But yeah, man. Got a lot of stuff to do in the next couple of weeks. I'm gonna be working really hard, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with having like putting hours in for something that like matters. Is dude, I was been in a funk since like I feel like I've been like a partial funk since April. Ever since my ear drama went down, and I had to like miss streams and be at the hospital and whatever. I try never to like really bring any of that stuff into stream, but I think some people caught on to just how much it was affecting me, how much it was messing me up. I only feel like in the last like couple of weeks since I kind of came back after that 3-week break that I had to take for family emergency reasons, I feel like I'm kind of like getting slowly back into it, and like I feel like I'm breathing again. So I really appreciate everybody's patience. Who's the line fellow? This is art that I'm doing of Tayor Pridesire, who is a character on Critical Role this year. So I'm really excited about this one. I just started a Critical Role series this year for campaign 4 because it's kind of fun to get away from my own project for a little bit here and there and just do some fun art for something that doesn't like, you know, it doesn't have big like stakes attached to it, you know. It's not like for a client or for the, you know, product release or the adventure or anything like that. It's just like doing character designs for stuff. And I've been enjoying doing that, and so I've always really loved Travis Willingham as a player and as an actor. So I was considering doing art of Turellian. That's one of Travis's characters that I like, but I think Tayor is probably a better ode to him, especially considering I already did Azune and a couple other characters from Critical Role. So Linus Evans caution might be at the next Romantasy Ball. You know, that's hilarious, Sabine. I'm so glad you're getting that out of your system today, because I did say I would extend the moratorium on furry fucking artist accusation bans until I was done this piece. So you know what? Get it out. That's fine. Looks like Sabine's got fucking jokes here. Okay, okay, dude. You know, Jesus, man. Evan, why don't you draw anthro characters? And I'll just start bringing up a list just of chat of you guys shit talking. This, you know why I don't do anthrop characters online? Hey, this is why I don't take commissions for anthrop characters. Right here. Right the fuck here. You got some cards? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Thanks for the support, Azalea. Thank you for the order. I don't see any of it right now. I won't see it until at the end of stream when Ella gives me an update, because it's all on her computer. But thank you for the support regardless. I'm honored and humbled. Gotta get out of my system. I won't be able to watch another stream until next Wednesday. Are you doing a work trip or is this a fun trip? Do I get to be excited for you, Sabine, right now and live vicariously through you and hear stories of fun adventures? Or am I feeling bad for you because you're going to be neck deep in some summit of accountants talking about the newest accountant techniques for being an accountant, all the way in some remote golf resort with mediocre food and the whitest of white music playing in the after party? Vacation family trip. Let's go, dude. That's awesome. We'll have the best fucking time ever, Sabine. That's awesome. When you're back, you have to let me know where you went and tell me all about it. I need to feel like I can, like, the world is bigger than just this room. So I need people who go places right now to tell me their tales and their stories. So when you're back, I'll be demanding stories of adventure had. But that's awesome, dude. I hope you have a great time, Sabine. We shall miss you around here. But you know what? We'll be all right. We'll be all right. Gotta conserve the battery. Yeah, that's right. You don't want to be plugging that shit into the airport, dog. You don't want to be plugging that in. I don't trust those outlets, yo. Have the best time, Sabine. Back they really didn't feel like preparing D&D. That's fair enough, you know. That's fair enough. Yeah, it's really nice of your grandmother, and I appreciate that. Take lots of pictures? Exactly. You bought a whole box? Holy shit, dude. Are there any boxes left now? Because I think Ella said there was like 3 or 4 left. Was that the last one? No. Okay. Wait, if I tried to add, how would that work? It doesn't say what. Doesn't say what is. Okay, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know shit. Apparently, I just make the art. That was the smart one that figured out the store. Oh, dude, I could put these at the store in Market Mall. Elsa, she converted some of the packs to boxes as they had sold out. Yes, she did do that, but then she converted 48 packs to 6 boxes. But then she said that there was only like 3 boxes left or whatever. So I did not think seriously that people would give a shit about the box, about the whole sealed box. Like, it's annoying because now I have to make more fucking boxes. Piece of shit. But I'm happy to because it's fun as hell. I did not think that anyone would be grabbing full boxes, I'll admit. Because these packs they're serious, man. They're serious packs. Like, what the hell, dude? Well, thank you anyway. I'm not trying not to be obnoxious today and just constantly get emotional about it, but I really am a little stunned, to be honest. So, also, Ella, your dice turned my mom into a dice goblin. Wait, what? Try to see if we can get y'all at Comic Expo Edmonton next year if you're going. Yeah, so we'll be at next year. The events that we're signed up for are. I guess, yeah, you're thinking, well, Carter, I was just thinking about that. So we usually go to, we will be at, for sure, Calgary Comic Expo is the first big event next year, and that's in April. And then we'll be at, the next one up is, I think, Otafest in Calgary. I'm not sure if Ella's going to be there or not, but I won't be there. And then GameCon is the big one. GameCon in June is the big one. And then after that, there's the 2 Ren fairs in Alberta, which the Ren fairs in Alberta are getting big. Like, they're getting well known, man. They're getting big. So the 2 big ones are Strathmore and Vegreville. And Strathmore's close to Calgary, Vegreville's close to Edmonton. So we're doing those 2 conventions, or, well, Ren fairs. And then towards the end of the year will be Edmonton Expo in September. We'll be there again. And then after that will be the fantasy ball in Banff at the Fairmont. And then after that, there's a holiday geeky market or whatever, I think. So that's the last one that I'll be at. Yeah. We had 1 box for the long-term one. The other set is getting open. Okay, dude. Okay, man. Yeah. Come down to the GalaxyCon in the Midwest. So the problem is going across the border of the US is really difficult right now. Because with the tariffs, it's very, very challenging. So if I were to bring stuff down to the US, I would have to pay tariffs at the border to bring stuff with me. I was talking with a bunch of artists at Edmonton, and they basically said, unless you print your prints in the US for American conventions, it's not worth going to them. Because you have to pay, I'd have to pay thousands of dollars to the American government to even travel to the US for a convention, to bring art and dice and stuff like that. So the reason why I don't just have a printer in the US for American conventions is because I want to print my prints myself. It's important to me to have my prints all done by me in-house, more or less. Otherwise, kind of, it changes what they are. So I would love to be able to go to the American conventions, GalaxyCon, DragonCon. There's a couple of big ones in the US that people have said are really good ones to go to that I would very much happily go to. PAX and obviously Gen Con. But the problem is, until things change on a Canada-US economic sort of friendship level, I can't plan for anything. You know, like you think about the artists and people that planned to go. So it's like last year you signed up for conventions in the US. And then the convention day gets there and all of a sudden there's tariffs and you're like, but I signed up a year ago and now what do? You still cross the border, you still have to pay. So a lot of Canadians were like backing out of conventions in the US. And you know, fair enough, I guess. Like, whatever, man. There's nothing we can do about it, so whining about it isn't really, you know, productive. But it still just unfortunately means that, like, until things change, a lot of people in Canada aren't booking conventions in the US. So things have to change, and then a year has to pass of people not going to conventions, for then people rebooking for the next year. It's a whole thing, but I have no plans of being at any conventions in America anytime soon right now until I wouldn't have to pay for my goods. Like, so the tariffs for sending stuff across the border, the cards, the way I've worked it out is there shouldn't be like I'm going to eat a little bit of a tariff, I think, on all the stuff I'm sending to the US, but that's fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm not shoving that along to anybody, but I'm not sure entirely how it works. Ella said she figured something out to get like a reduced something, HS codes and shipping and small business exemptions, whatever. But yeah, going to conventions is just probably not going to happen anytime soon. Unless I was there without like art and just going as like an attendee or as a invited person. Like, I don't know how important I need to be to get invited to conventions. I honestly have no idea. Like, I think I need to probably cross the 100,000 mark on Instagram before I can do that, and I'm only at 22 or 23,000, so I don't think I'm relevant enough to get invited to a convention or be able to get like free tickets and shit and go as a person to, like, you know, any of these gaming conventions. We'll see though. I don't know. Maybe shit will happen this year. I'm pushing really hard with videos and stuff next year. I pushed pretty hard this year, but next year I'm really gonna show you what the fuck I'm made of. I want to get partnered on YouTube so bad, and I think I need another like 1,000 watch hours or whatever. So I gotta actually make some videos, because right now all my watch hours on YouTube have come from live streams, which is crazy. But I need to actually like do the thing, I guess, and try and jump over the bar for YouTube. Okay, so Teor is wearing armoire, right? It's like a double pauldron thingy. Or no, it's a single pauldron with this other piece across it. And whatever this thing in the back is. I don't know, that's probably not a shield. I think that's armor. Wait, what weapons does Teor have? What the fuck is this even? What the fuck is this even? You know what? Not gonna worry about it. Not gonna worry about it right now. just gonna draw a boy, right? The two random Superman scholars who got invited to GalaxyCon in Iowa. All right. All right. Well, I have a dear friend in Iowa. So if I were to be relevant enough to be invited to an Iowanian convention, I might just go. To see my Cornmancer. Iowan? Okay, fair enough. Wouldn't be the biggest convention out there, but you know what? If I could see some friends, that'd be pretty cool. I'll just go there and just surprise him. He probably goes every year anyway. Be an unofficial Eldaricon. We'll invite Guapo. Get him to travel across the ocean. I don't think we can get Cobalt back for another Eldaricon. I think he said he hasn't had enough of that shit. As long as it's nowhere in Canada, he'll be fine. He hates it up here. It's too cold. There's too many mountains. He's a fan of he's a big city boy. He likes the smell of car exhaust and light pollution. Makes him feel at home. And you remember the rules. You can talk shit about any mod that's not here, so. Kind of like these like darker shadow shapes I've been doing for these pieces. It feels satisfying to block in the like really big solid color things like this. frames everything really well too, you know? Rashad Me is spot on. I just don't know what to say. Yep. Cobalt goes to small counties across California to support propositions for deforestation and industrial development. He loves that shit. He said redwoods, more like deadwoods. Get that shit out of here. I want a mall complex. He's going to become a booming developer. They call him the Tycoon of Modesto. They call him the San Fran Man. He puts the kill in California. We'll see if we can convince him to come to the fantasy ball. Simply because it's a discounted rate for the Fairmont. Yeah, about that. Yeah, Cobalt knows. Actually, I wonder how much is tickets for the fantasy ball tickets were like what, $300 or $400, but you got a discounted rate on the hotel. So if the hotel was $400 a night Canadian, and you had to buy a $400 ticket to get $400 a night for 2 nights, then that would be $1,600 on a discounted rate. Normally it'd be $1,000 or $2,000. So it's actually good value to go to the fantasy ball, even if you don't want to go, you know? And then also you get like a free meal at the Fairmont. This is pretty good, honestly. You know? Hey, I'm just thinking here, right? I'm just doing some thinking. It'll be next November next October, November. Cobalt, it is on October 31st, on Halloween, at the Banff Fairmont. The most haunted hotel in Canada, I think maybe in North America, on Halloween. I want to do a stream after the event with Dixie, Ashy, and Ulner and Yuki, where I take them ghost hunting on an iPad, you know? You're from Toronto? No, I live Banff is very close to me. Banff is pretty close. Like I live in a quick drive from Banff. It's like right there. I could go after stream very casually if I wanted to. So I live in the mountains in Alberta. So Banff Fairmont, very close by, you know. I don't mind it with that holiday ball or with the fantasy ball. The problem is, Cobalt, it is Fourth Wing themed. So I don't know how y'all feel about Fourth Wing. Not sure if that's your romantasy book of choice. We don't know yet. We'll find out, I guess. Yeah, I mean, Azalea, that's the balls themed after. This last ball at the Chateau Lake Louise was Aquatar themed, and they said the next one will be Fourth Wing. So, what if they have a listing for it yet? Let me see. Dreamscape fantasy events. Let's see. Events. Starfall Masquerade, a dance between fire and death. This one is in Toronto. Ooh, here it is. The Empyrean Gala. October 31st, 2026. Banff, Fairmont Banff Springs, Banff, Alberta, Canada. Tickets, details, and more soon. Wow, dude. An evening for those bold enough to soar. Hold on, let me just make sure I can scroll down on this. Hold up. All right. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Inspired by the world of elite riders and deadly training grounds, the Empyrean Gala invites you to step into a realm of fire, flight, and fantasy. Whether you're a daring cadet or a seasoned wing leader, the immersive experience offers a night of celebration, spectacle, and unforgettable moments. And tickets for the gala are the cadet ball registration because it's 7. Okay, so the dinner, the dinner is 460. It's sold out already. What in the fuck? This is next year. Well, okay, so this is perfect then. If you want tickets for just the ball, it's $285, and then you get tickets for you get the discounted rate to stay at the Fairmont. So you just pay one person the ticket, you know. I just yoink the other person in. Let's fucking go, dude. And then you get a discounted rate on the Fairmont. It's like half off or some shit for the weekend. Let's go, dude. That's the plan. That's the play. Sick. Yeah, the drama. Yeah. The drama. I can't believe I actually had to Google what wingspan meant. Look, if you guys missed me talking about my experience at the fantasy ball, selling Ella's dice, it was the beginning of yesterday's VOD, I think it was. Maybe it was the day before. Whenever the first time I streamed this week was. Wednesday. Yeah. We talked all about it. All the stories. All the things I saw at the fantasy ball. The Akotar fantasy ball. And, I have to say, man, the Book Talk girlies, they know how to party. I already liked the Book Talk girlies, to be honest. They are my Praetorian Guard. Like, they are seriously like my Praetorian Guard. Because if any point in time, like every once in a while, I'll get a comment on TikTok or Instagram, or sorry, not Instagram, TikTok or YouTube usually, where I draw a character, a very, you know, attractive young lady in the form of a paladin or whatever, you know. I'll draw some kind of character, and I'll have somebody in the comments just being like, "Oh, typical men over sexualizing D&D characters," even though I'm really tame and respectful and modest, I think, my designs. Typical male artists making all their characters ridiculously attractive and unrealistic expectations. What an asshole. I'll get a comment like that every once in a while. And then what I proceed to see is my Praetorian Guard of Book Talk girlies just coming out of the shadows, lighting that poor person the fuck up. Just absolutely obliterating them. And I fucking love it. So I already knew I liked the Book Talk girlies, and now I'm you know, based on what you brought it up, I've decided in fact you don't need to Google what it means. You don't need to. You don't need to. You don't need to. You're good. You do not need to. You're fine. You're cool. You're cool. Fantasy artists should make fantastically beautiful characters in art. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's an opinion I hear, Heat, right? It's an opinion I hear pretty often in like video games, you know? In video games. I don't know why, but whatever. And I catch strays though as a fantasy artist. I catch strays. Cause like I don't do particularly provocative designs. I think that I am modest and respectful of my characters and of the art I draw of them. And you know what? I've been honored by being told by many people at this point in time in my art journey that they like the way that I draw women powerfully without sacrificing their femininity. That was the compliment that stuck with me the most, where somebody said, this is why I have been looking for an artist to do this, and I want you to do it because I see you draw powerful women without them sacrificing their femininity. That's why I want you to do this. And I said, God damn, all right. And I've heard something along those lines many times. Enough that I can reference it at this point in time. It's been a lot. But for some people, I guess that's still enough to make them mad, you know? I don't get it. But that is still enough that they would lose their mind. How dare you draw attractive characters? You pig. You know? And obviously that's a minority opinion, but it's difficult for me to defend it, right? Being a dude, it's difficult for me to I might be right in defending myself and being like, bitch, I'll draw whatever I want. But it doesn't help the accusations from the third person perspective of seeing man defend drawing over sexualized characters, even if he never did. Right? But having the book talk girlies lighting people up in the comments is satisfying and productive. And so I don't even delete those comments when I see them now. I do on YouTube if they're too heinous because it's not good. But if I see it, especially on TikTok, where I know the book talk girly Praetorian Guard is, I absolutely let it slide. And I come back in a couple of hours to see like 6 replies on it, you know? So, there's so much smut on the internet and they decide to rail against your art. Which is, yes, I don't get it. You think that I am like tamer than, you know? You'd think that I would be safe, but and I think I am. I don't think I catch a lot of heat or criticism for any of this shit. But I think I'm overall more safe than a lot of other artists. Certainly a lot of artists that I know. They get shit on all the time for drawing their hot Eve from Stellar Blade proportioned ladies. But I am a modest artist. I believed in a dignified, modest beauty. And I don't need it to be overly one thing or another. Not to say I don't still draw that if the person requests. So, oh my God, Bai Long, dude. It's been a minute, man. Good to see you, homeboy. Missed you. Hope you've been good. Welcome back to the guild for another month, Bai Long. What's cracking, my guy? It's been far less attractive and good D&D opinioned in here without you, so missed you, buddy. Good to see you, though. I'll interpret it as a bizarre compliment that they like your art style so much they critique it for not being exactly what they want because they wish your stuff was aligned perfectly with their preferences. You know what? I like that. I like that. Let's go with that. Because my theories were a whole lot sadder. Or a whole lot more disparaging of them. But, you know. Let's go with that. They just like it so much that they just can't emotionally handle the fact that it's not, that it's not, it's the best art that they've ever seen, and they're mad that it's not exactly what they wanted, because that means that if my art isn't going to live up to the standard, nothing possibly can. And in that moment of heartbreak and Nietzschean existential anguish, they take out their frustrations on me, the bearer of art news. So, yeah. For some reason, Cass, the commands aren't fucking working, and I need to fix them. But that's the site. Let me actually make a note for that. I need to fix commands. Fix. Got the brace done. Very nice. Thank you, Dispel. Yeah. Haven't spent too much time on this morning yet because today I had a pretty big launch that we talked about for the first half of my stream so far. Actually, I don't know how long I've been live for. Only 2 hours. But yeah, I haven't been working on him for very long today, even though I've been live for a couple of hours, because my trading cards finally launched for pre-order today. The biggest release I've ever had as an artist. My stupid trading card project that I don't know why anybody is supporting. That launched today, and it's almost all sold out. I spent the first half of my stream talking about that shit. So haven't spent enough time on Teod yet today, but we will finish him. And I can't like say anything like, oh, if I don't finish this today, then I have to draw some furry art, because like here we are. So you guys can't get me on this one. Can't get me. J-Bells is being a troll. Look at that shit. I know, right? That's on a timer. That's on a fucking timer. Oh, timing, dude, on that. Thank you. Stream Elements for your troll. That is lovely. I appreciate that. Good job, Stream Elements. Good job. We'll keep you around for another day, alright? Alright, Stream Elements. Alright. Yep, cool. I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed, man. Okay, that looks right. That looks right. So much of this is just going to be rendering hair fluff. Hair floofs. Doesn't take a while. Doesn't take a bit. That's okay. I'll be alright. I'll be alright. What does he do for... No, he doesn't really do anything for his braids. Just like a wrap of some sort. A little piece of purple fabric or some shit. Alright, Tayor, I see you. I see you in your attractive Slavic accent. Vaguely Slavic. Still don't know where it's from. Not gonna ask, you know. Yeah, the floof rendering. Cast knows. Which, depending on how I render fur, man, I might get some weird requests, but we'll see. I gotta watch the replay tonight, probably while I'm working. I'm gonna be cutting and printing cards late into the night. I should really be printing right now, starting the first print run. I should really be doing that right now because it takes like 10 minutes per page. How many? Hold on. If I had to print like maybe 90 pages, 90 times 15 minutes is 1350 divided by 60. I'm be printing for 22 and a half hours straight. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. It was truly bringing the last out with the accent. Oh man, I want to watch it. I don't watch it on Thursday nights because one, I can't be fully like paying attention to it and I can't pause it. And also it starts pretty late for me. It starts at like 7 p.m., which is like doesn't seem that late, but over the last couple of months, I've been getting up at around 6 a.m. every day. So I try and kind of be like, I try and take the dog out at like 9:30, wrap up whatever I'm doing work-wise at like 9:39, and then be kind of like in bed by 10. I might not go to sleep until 11 or whatever. I'll just like read or whatever, but I try and be like in bed off my phone, off my computer by 10-ish every day now. Weekdays anyway. Weekends will stay up a little bit, but yeah, Thursday night is tough for me, so I'll watch the VOD today and tomorrow. It'll be good. See what was going on. See where they went, what they got up to, because I'm excited to see what this group is doing. I really draw animals, so I'm very familiar with the floof. That's fair. I suppose I'll defer to the masters on this one then, Cass. It's entirely fair. It's like I'm trying to make it look kind of like flowy and stylized, but also a little bit more wiry, so I don't know. We'll see if I get the right vibe there. Beacon's nice for that. Getting a pause is good. Yeah, and I'm still considering signing up for Beacon. It's like it's growing on me. Because it's only $5 a month US, I believe, around there. Which, you know, $60 for the year is not bad. And it'd be nice to see the like the cooldowns or whatever, to see them talking about the game. So there's that added value that I think it's probably a good product. Worthwhile at the very least, you know. Does Beacon have a live chat during the stream? Because that's funny, because they'd have to use like Amazon AWS for it, And I always find it funny when people build competitors to Twitch for their own stuff by buying AWS. It's like Twitch is like a loss leader for AWS at that point in time. Like the streaming side of it. I always find that amusing. Cools are a lot of fun too. Yeah, they're usually like, what, about a half hour or so? I don't know. I want to see it. I want to watch it. I want to see what they're talking about. Be nice to have a little more Critical Role at the end of the episode to watch. And you know what? I'm really enjoying this season, man. I am. And I'm excited every day. I'm more excited than I was for season 3 by a large margin, so it's nice to have something to look forward to every week. Because the only live chat for Critical Role that isn't emote only. Oh, that's right. Twitch is now emote only, so they don't have to moderate it. Oh, yeah, okay, that's right. Well, I don't blame them. I mean, like, they pay their mods, so if they wanted to, they're probably like holding some of that communicative sort of like chat experience hostage as well to build value into their product, which is like fair, you know. Let's not forget that Critical Role is a company. It is a for-profit company. So them holding a feature hostage on a different platform so that they direct people to their own platform is like, you know, it sucks for people that enjoy the other platform, especially if you started there. But I understand it, and it's also not that, you know, it's the same price as your Twitch sub for them. If you're going to sub to them on Twitch for $5, and sub to them on Beacon for $5, it's not the most egregious thing in the world. It's not even close to being that egregious at all. But it still does kind of suck. I can't pretend. Customers come in at times to chat and listen to. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I think that's really, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how really interactive they are, but it's a cool idea. It's a good vibe, right? It's nice they do that. I'm excited to post the I should probably just post the Valus piece today. I wonder when the best time of the like week to post Critical Role fan art is. If like Thursday or if it's Friday kind of like morning or something. I don't know, because I still haven't posted that Valus piece that I did. And I was going to make it the Tayor video or the Valus video tonight and put it up there. But I don't exactly know when specifically, so maybe I'll do some thinking on that today. Get out of here, Undersketch. Nice to like get to know the new cast members as well. I'm really liking them. Wasn't sure how well they'd all fit in, but all with good vibes. I know, right? It's a good time. How's the balance on this? I might not even need to do like many fill layers for this, eh? Maybe still on the armor and the back of the floof, the mane, as it were. I do the other braid too as well. Shoot, can't forget that. Let's do next. I guess we'll just slowly start rendering floof. It's gonna be a long process. I gotta just start. Just gotta start one spot and just go from there. Hey, come back to it. Do another thing. Come back to it. Don't get exhausted. I'm super honored being the headliner art for this week. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Congratulations. That's fucking rad. That's super cool. Where do they so where do they show art now? Like on they still do it on the stream at some point in time? Because I haven't seen the like art submissions and stuff They like have it on Beacon exclusively somewhere, or where do I see that? Murray and her big gal pals had nothing to do with it. Oh yeah, of course. Of course. That's awesome. That's so fucking cool. I want to go see it. Where is it? I want to know. I want to see it. Where I go find it? Let me experience it. Nothing on the stream, but their fan art gallery for their normal website is still there. Oh, really? Let's see. Critical Role. Do you have to like submit? Like, should I submit fan art to them? Is that a thing you do? Where is it? Shows begin. Daring Bruss. CRF. That's the foundation, right? Where do I go? Campaign 4. Characters, critical recap, extras and videos, cast, products. Where do I find it? You should and you can? Oh shit, okay. Where do I find it? You just Google fan art gallery. Fan art. Oh. Okay. Let's see. For the week of 10/27, is that us? Oh no. 11/3. That's us, right? Thanks so much to Dispel Logic for creating our header art above. Ooh, let's go, dude. That's fucking rad. Holy shit. Okay. Dispel Logic for creating our header above to enter our gallery experience. Click on the tab in the thumbnail below. You can also use the arrow keys on your keyboard. So this is your piece. Let's go, dude. This is so good. That's so funny. Yo, Dispel, this is so good. I'm so impressed. This is dope. I like this. That's a great. No spoilers, okay? We're not spoiling shit. That's fantastic. I love that. The mage hand. Getting the yoink in there. That's awesome. That's beautiful. I love that. Yeah, man. I should submit, shouldn't I? I bet I could get in there, you know? I bet, well, maybe. I don't know. Critical Role / submit? Maybe I submit to the gallery. We'll just submit today. Fan art for the website gallery. Okay. Maybe I'll start doing that. You know? One of the still scenes from the episode. So there's some spoilers. Yeah. Some spoilers. We won't explain the scene. Them all looking shocked at something. We don't know what it is, okay? It's not a spoiler. Well, I also like I'm just doing portrait sketches, so like I don't know if this is good enough to make it to their like. I think it'd be a little arrogant to me to assume that little concept portraiture like this would go to their like would actually get into the gallery. So I don't know, man. I'm a little peepo nobody, all right. So. I don't know if I'm doing this kind of stuff that the creators want to see. I'm doing this just for fun, so not to say that people aren't doing it for fun, you know, but I just mean like, you know what I mean. I'm doing it for self-indulgent reasons. I'm not doing something that I think that adds to the creator experience of seeing it. Like fan art, good fan art to me is always something that like that captures something that like puts words or puts images to a scene that you wish there was images for or whatever, you know. I love that kind of stuff, like what you did. And I'm just kind of like doing character design portraits, so you know. The bomb smashes at the end were just portraits images, but they were like in color though, weren't they? They're still in color, and I know that like this kind of stuff that I do is like pretty niche. It's like, well, yeah, kind of in color. Yeah. Okay. Fair, okay, fair enough. Because that's so monochrome that maybe it tracks. Maybe it tracks. Like this is sick. love the lighting on this. Wait, was he on fire? I don't think he was on fire. I could be wrong. I could have missed something in the description in there. This is cute. I love and hate the creative whatever thing fandom. Because I love and hate that it's like it's so open and so gatekeepy depending on where you go. You know, it's simultaneously one of the best, like when you go from like the Critical Role fandom or whatever, any like thing like that gets a lot of fan art. You get some people that are like so like Baldur's Gate was a wild experience for me doing my first piece of like sort of public fan art for Shadowheart. I got some people that were like super excited about it and some people that are super mad about it. Like I think still on that YouTube video, I think there's hidden comments. If you go on the YouTube video, I think, and you search, you reorder the comments to being newest first instead of top comments, I think you see a lot of the hidden ones. There are people mad about me drawing Shadowheart as a paladin. Like I ruined their experience in Baldur's Gate by drawing my Shadowheart as a paladin. Like, you know what I mean? But then you have people who are like so like creatively inspiring and shit. So it's like, yeah, take the good with the bad, but it is funny when you have to take the bad still sometimes, right? I believe is a novel involved in the lore of Eldara. The novel will be a story that is that'll be taking you through a kind of an introduction to the kind of experience and adventure that Astral Knight and Astral Sage players will be having. Because one of the big like problems or things that I run into, issues, let's just say, challenges is a better word, Carter, for Eldara is people rightly, I'm not criticizing people who have this opinion, but rightfully in some ways, but I think also it's a little bit unhinged. People don't disconnect their idea of D&D fantasy from what is possible, I think. I don't know how to word this correctly. But let's just say this. So if I create something and I say this is a fantasy setting that I'm making, and I'm making an adventure for D&D set in this setting, people have preconceptions of what that means. They think, oh, so there's beholders and mimics and devils and Pelor and whatever. Because in their D&D that they play, the way they learn D&D, they learn D&D from the mainstream of D&D. So they learn D&D that comes with like D&D is not just, it's not just D&D. It's not just the rules. D&D is it's a combination of mechanics in a game, culture, like common experiences, and lore and narrative. And so when you say I'm using the D&D mechanics, people can't separate that sometimes. They're like, so wait, they're not beholders and all this other things that we know in D&D, but that's D&D, dude. And so when I say stuff like there's no mimics, there's no like warlock as a class doesn't really work in Eldara as a setting. There's no patrons of magic, right? Magic works in a different way narratively. D&D is a game I use to create and to help play through the world. I don't make the world in service of D&D. So if ever there's a conflict with a narrative idea I want to tell or use, and something that exists in D&D, I will never like blunt a good idea just to make it fit into D&D. And that sounds right to a lot of people, kind of like nod along and say like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But then I'll like come to something that they think is a core experience of D&D. And it'll be like, whoa, hey, I was okay with this until you said no warlocks, Evan. You know what I mean? Or like, whoa, what do you mean? There's no pantheon of gods that you can like talk to, and what, you know, there's things like that. So with the Astral Knight and the Astral Sage, they are two classes that are made for Eldara and have a very connected experience. In some ways, they utilize the magic system, the core magic system of the world, in the most pure way. They're like my Jedi kind of thing, right? Like they use the force of the world. So they're very connected to Eldara as a setting. So like mages exist in the form of wizards and sorcerers, and like divine sort of casters and paladins, they exist as well. And like those things exist in a lot of the same ways that you'd expect in D&D. A paladin in Eldara plays very similarly in theme to a paladin in your D&D game, Baldur's Gate, whatever. But the Astral Knight and Astral Sage are very different. So they have a very specific narrative to them that's connected with the world. So a lot of the TLDR of it, you could say, is there is an ancient civilization, just to elevator pitch this, super 10,000 feet view. There was an ancient civilization of creators that built the realms. There were celestials known as the Eldari. They wielded magic in a very unique way with ancient runes and understood the magic of the stars in a way that no one in the modern world understands how to do. A very complex, sort of like very powerful form of magic. Astral Knight and Astral Sages utilize that ancient form of magic. And part of the experience of playing a knight or a sage is you trying to rediscover that lost art of magic. You trying to follow in the footsteps of the ancients, because your magic, you are using a fraction, a minuscule pinprick of magic of what the ancient creators used. You don't understand how to use you sort of like putting together Legos trying to build, the city of New York in 1-to-1 scale. So you're just playing in the sandbox as a sage or a knight, but you can still cast magic very powerfully. So you can imagine, man, if you really understood how this worked, it'd be pretty impressive. So part of that the sage or knight experience is delving ancient runes, tracking old stories, trying to uncover little glimpses into who these ancients were and how they really used magic, and trying to understand it to improve your understanding of that magic. So the novel's going to carry us through a story of that core experience of a sage and a knight teaming up to try and uncover a bit of a mystery and to uncover a mystery, prevent something bad from happening, and unlocking some of the secrets of the past. So it'll be very much core in the world of into the mythology of Eldar. It's a very connected story. You can tell a story of like a paladin slaying zombies in a village and saving the village, and that's cool. But that's a fantasy story you can kind of find anywhere. And that's by design in some ways, because although I think that there's a lot of fantasy that's sort of self-referential and boring, because we all assume fantasy has to be the same way. It's because the balance between fantasy ideas that are like core ideas that are good ideas and fantasy that is a self-referential understanding of somebody else's good idea, it's really messy in fantasy. And so either people are way too safe, or they discard things they shouldn't discard, archetypical ideas, in the name of just being different, and it's not good. So for Eldara, Eldara is composed of realms. The Realms of Eldara is what the project is called. So obviously there's going to be different worlds to go to, and they're all kind of like in the same area. Like the Realms of Eldara, for people who don't know what the baseline of the story is more or less you are playing on the moons of Jupiter. So Eldara is what is known as the central kind of like world in the sky, this glowing ball of white energy that it's kind of mysterious. That's like your Jupiter, and you're playing on more or less moons, worlds that orbit that. So you can see other realms in the sky, and you can travel between them with portals eventually in the story. Part of the initial story is unlocking and returning to the realms. But right now the story is taking place on Teleria, and it's supposed to be a fairly common fantasy realm. It's going to feel a lot more like D&D, Baldur's Gate, Lord of the Rings, Critical Role, because people know that. And I'm trying to sort of like, before I do weird fantasy shit and I show them like, hey, we're gonna go to this place where it's like the rules of fantasy are not applied in the same way, I want to show people that I can proficiently demonstrate the kind of fantasy that they like before they trust me to show them something that they don't know that they wanted. Because I think the worst thing you can do is listen to your audience tell you what they want. Part of the delight of being a consumer of stories and media and video games and things is being shown something you didn't know you wanted. And you're like, I didn't know I wanted this, and this is fantastic. And so if you only ever do what people say they want to see, that is the way to always get mediocre results. So in some ways, I'm sort of absorbing and kind of like surfing along the mediocre line, trying to do different cool stuff with Teleria, but keeping it sort of familiar so that if there's a story of a paladin saving a village from zombies, that's a story that you can find in Eldara. That's a story that you can find in, Critical Role. It's a story you can find in Lord of the Rings-ish. It's a story you can find in Common Fantasy. But the stories of the Astral Knights and the Astral Sages, that's something that's really special to Eldara. That's a storyline and a kind of vibe and a theme and whatever that you can really only get in the world. And so that's what I'm writing the book about. That's what I'm writing the novel about, is two characters finding this journey through this ancient magic, trying to decipher the past in some ways. It's kind of like combining sort of like that love of that kind of chase of the Da Vinci Code with the, hidden secret societies and people who are ancient practitioners of this magic. And it's going to be hopefully really cool. Ella says she's really loving it, even though I'm not very far into the book or into writing it so far. So we'll see if I do a good job or if it's unremarkable and terrible in every single way. But I won't know unless I try. So that's kind of the theory of how it's going to be different, but why it's sort of similar in a lot of ways. And what I'm kind of trying to do with the book is I really want to showcase that story a little bit. So get them comfortable. Also shows a sample of the norms so they can still contrast the difference. It's also to build confidence too, because if I can't build fantasy, if I show like 1,000 people, if 1,000 people give me a chance, I want them to know that I can do fantasy they like. That if they like Sanderson, if they like all these, like it's supposed to be, I want it to be comfortable. And then I can start to sort of pull out and sort of zoom out and do more weird experimental things. Like, hey, maybe you like maybe we're gonna go to this world and it's gonna be a very dark fantasy, save the world kind of from whatever thing. And this is kind of like a pseudo sci-fi thing or whatever. And we can experiment in fantasy by going to different places physically, to different realms, and telling different types of story. Because maybe magic works in a entirely different way on one realm to the other. You know, maybe magic spellcasting on one realm is all based on, you know, inscribing runes into the ether or something like that. Or you know what I mean? Like we can evoke very different vibes. But I really want this first steps that I take into Eldara for people that I'm grabbing people by their hands and saying, come into the world and like come on an adventure. I want it to be familiar so that I can build confidence. So when I do say, hey, we're going to go here, it's going to be a little weird, but it's going to be cool. You're going to have the confidence of like, yeah, okay, I mean, I really enjoyed this story and this story. Like, this is like different for me, but like, I think it'll be cool, you know? And maybe the model somewhere in there is sort of like Star Wars, where you have very different sort of styles of shows. You have Andor, which is like a political intrigue kind of like story with like, you know, Cloak and Dagger and all this stuff wrapped into it. People really like it. But if you're not a kind of person that's into that, if you like action, whatever, you know, gunslinging shit, and you love Clone Wars, but you like Star Wars and you trust that they do cool shit. And obviously I know there's problems with Star Wars right now, but I'm just saying in general, you're willing to try a different style of story because it's got that core connection to the thing that you know you really like. And so in some ways, that's the kind of the way I'm thinking about this over long term. Because don't forget, I think about this in a 50-year span. I'm obviously I'm trying to focus on one project at a time, but I'm trying to think about this as like this is a life's work for me. So if Teleria takes 3 more years to get done, that's fine before I like start going to weird places and telling big stories and stuff, because then Teleria can be a really solid thing, you know? Love you have this awareness to actually create something new. Well, my unpopular fantasy take, Pete, is that I'm pretty hard on modern fantasy. I think it's kind of boring. I think that a lot of what science and it's okay if this like upsets you, if people hear me say this and you get like kind of like bristly over it. I get it. I'm kind of like poking the hornet's nest a little bit when I say this, but I find a lot of modern fantasy to be kind of dull. I've seen it before 1,000 times. You know what I mean? And it's not always like interesting anymore. But I think that science fiction doesn't have this problem. Science fiction can be very different. You can have Mass Effect, you can have Dune, you can have The Expanse, you can have Star Trek and Star Wars, and you can do weird shit. You can have Blade Runner, you can have all this stuff that's like very different. And as long as it has this core component of what feels science fiction-y, people like are kind of like, yeah, okay, I'll try this out. It's different, but I like it. But fantasy, because it's based on, I think, myth in the past, and it's kind of like, what is the idea that was originally created to describe an elf? Well, it was one thing. Who interpreted that idea of how to interpret that idea of elves? Tolkien. Who then visually designed those elves? John Howe and Alan Lee. They were the ones that designed Rivendell. The problem is when anyone makes elf shit, they always reference John Howe and Alan Lee's elves. Maybe there's one other artist I'm forgetting. And that's the way elves are, man. And if your elves aren't that, then bro, this isn't elves. Like, you can't have any. And so Dragon Age, like Lord of the Rings games, everything now, elves always have the same kind of aesthetic. But if you completely discard that aesthetic in the name of doing something completely new, you are throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And it's really tough. Then okay, Evan, what is enough of a good idea? Like we peel this onion down, what's the core idea that we should keep? And then how do we redesign on top of that? And bro, trust me, this is one of the most difficult. Like, I don't trust anybody who says they have the answer to this, because this is such a difficult question for everything in fantasy, from dragons to elves to everything we like, to magic to wizards to, you know, villains. We have ideas of what it should look like, but if you're different for the sake of different, it's shitty. If you are the same for the sake of tradition, it's boring. And so all of our fantasy kind of threads that line of like different, it's like shitty because it's way too different. No one like had any respect for what came before. But then if it's too samey, it's like, okay, man, you know? And so like that's the big problem I think with modern fantasy is it's too self-referential in a lot of ways. So I don't think I know how to do this right yet, but I'm just going to follow gut instincts and intuitions until I get it right. And it's going to take me a while, but I'm going to get a lot of things wrong first, but that's the kind of my North Star that I'm following the entire time is that idea. I'll slightly blame the Disneyfication of folklore and fairy tales, such an incredible range of older fairy tales that aren't really referenced or well known from grounding different conventional fantasy approaches. Yeah, I like, it's interesting you say Disneyfication because I think that's a modern pop culture problem. I don't think Disney's even holds a lot of. I get what you're saying though, but I think a lot of it is in sort of the way we sort of hold certain ideas sacred because it's like this is the way it was always done. So thusly we must do this because if you suggest that there's a different way of doing something, in some ways it discounts the thing that you like. So when I say that I think there's a better way of drawing tieflings than tieflings, that's gonna sound like fighting words to people who love tieflings. And it's like, no, I'm just like, I don't think your tieflings are wrong, but it's just like, it's like, okay, you know what the example is? The unintervening god Deus Ex Machina story. If you have a pantheon of gods or a deity style god that is it is non-interactable, okay, because deities can't be interactable, otherwise you become a pawn in their story. So how do you make deities non-interactable, right? Where it's like, oh, great deity, we have to save the world. You are all powerful. Please smite the villain. Okay, great. Well, that was a story, you know? Your agency as a character, as a mortal, the mortal story is removed from that. So we can't touch that. We can't do a Greek myth style thing because then the story is not about us mortals, it's about the gods. And that's more of a myth than it is a story, legend, whatever different thing that we're going for. So if we're trying to do legend instead of myth, if we're trying to do agency of mortals, we have to have non-interactable gods. But gods are such an important part of fantasy, so we can't just discard them entirely. But how do we make them non-interactable? I know. You know what a great way of making gods non-interactable? A general idea that if you interact with the mortal world, that is in some ways against some sort of natural law that you've created. Why did the Maiar send the Maya of the wizards to Middle Earth as aged, old, decrepit men? The basic explanation for Gandalf and Saruman and the Blue Wizards and Radagast being kind of older and more decrepit and blunted in their powers is that they didn't want to send Eru Ilúvatar and the Valar did not want to send them down to fix the problem of Morgoth and his servants. They wanted to send him down to guide the children of Ilúvatar to be able to fix the problem. So Gandalf and Saruman and whatnot were not supposed to fix Sauron. They were supposed to show the way and be beacons of lights. That's why their power was blunted, because some moral judgment was made by our deity that it would not be good to involve himself in mortal matters. That's an awesome idea. In 1960, when The Lord of the Rings was being fucking published. And so the problem is, if I say I don't want to do that because it's a tired idea, it doesn't discount that it was a good idea when Tolkien had it. But it means that every fantasy story that has non-interactable deities for some mystical non-interactivity rule, or every, anime you watch that has non-interactable deities for the exact same reasons, the problem is I think that it's a tired story. It's been done so many times. So what I say, I think I want to find a better way of doing it, handling my deities in a non-interactable way, but keeping it mystical enough that you never really know why, or even you have to question if they're even real in some ways, or if they're natural forces. There's ways to handle this, but the problem is then, in saying that I want to handle it a different way, some people will hear that and think that I'm saying that Tolkien or their favorite fantasy that did it that way is somehow bad. And so how do you then challenge? I guess this is not something that I can control, but it's like when I challenge the norm, people either think that's an interesting thing, can't wait to see how it works out, like, okay man, that sounds tough, Evan, but good luck, or they get mad and they're like, how dare you challenge this thing that I love. So that's a little where it gets like kind of spicy too, where people get a little bit offended sometimes and get attached to it. But I think that's one of the problems with fantasy then, is that people have gotten attached to certain ideas and they don't want to see anything different, because it's like, if you make elves different, then that's saying that all the elves that were the same are bad. Rar, I'm mad. It's like, whoa, it's fine, dude. You know? And it's like, if you retold The Matrix today, one of the greatest movies of all time, it's like, okay, man, it's just The Matrix. It wouldn't make The Matrix any less good, but it means that it's kind of like, you know, the first isekai anime? Oh, I've been ported to another world. I'm like a modern day Japanese high school boy. They got ported to another fantasy world. I'm gonna use my modern day Japanese high school boy knowledge of the world to save the Demon King. That was a great idea the first 4 times. Now that we're on isekai anime year number 12 and isekai anime or light novel story 3,845, it's a little exhausted. And that's the problem. That's the safe framework that then you get this cookie cutter film problem where Marvel movies and Marvel dialogue is like kind of boring and people are kind of like over it because it's just been overdone, you know? You want a new flavor, a new dish, you can still love the home cooking, the favorite food, but try some new spice. Yeah, and so some people get very attached though, and if you suggest that you should try the new dish, they're like, whoa, are you saying that my mom's cooking is bad? And you're like, no, but maybe you'll like this thing as well, right? So nothing beats the power of Japanese high school, especially if they have their smartphone. You watch out, you know? I'll slightly blame wait, where was I? Okay, there we go. Make the little elves just find like, god damn it, Dark.
It's stupid. I hate it.
Why do we still have that alert? Thank you for the 666 bits. Just in the middle of the monologue, Miniful reminding me that she hates me. Hey, that's a lot of bits, dude. You convert that shit to Canadian? Hey, man, that's a lot. I could go buy Tim Hortons with that. So thanks for the bits, bro. Appreciate it. Glad to see you're back, Dark. The non-creator is really interesting to hear about where you get pushed back. You'll see it sometimes, Heat, where I get stun locked in chat. So if I suggest that, like, if I suggest that, what's the thing that people have been spicy about? People get argumentative over weird things, like astronauts only use swords. They only use long swords. You want the real reason? Because the knightly aesthetic of a longsword fits the demeanor of their militaristic order the best narratively. But people will say, oh, but I want to be an astronaut that uses an axe. You're like, that's great. Doesn't fit the astronauts. Non-uniformity is bad for them. They're supposed to be individualistic knights that all use the same martial technique they've been using for 1,000 years. It's like samurai using katanas. I know samurai didn't all use katanas. A lot of them mostly use spears. Some of them use guns. A lot of them use bows. But the idea of saying, I want to be a samurai, but I want to use a great axe, a dwarven great axe, it doesn't fucking fit. If you're thinking about the quintessential samurai, you put a katana in their hands, right? Even if that's not necessarily historically accurate, we're going off of narrative like things here, right? So people will get very like upset about that, and they're not. What I notice is they're not if somebody isn't satisfied with my answer, what I'm getting better at is saying things like, if somebody's like, well, no, actually, you know, and they try and like, you know, actually the saber is a better dueling weapon anyway, and if the knights would have evolved into using the most proficient form of dueling swords, they would have evolved to use the saber eventually, pre-Renaissance armor. And it's like, what part of it doesn't fit the vibe did you not fucking understand? And the problem is sometimes when someone pushes, you want to have an answer, you want to defend yourself. And so then you're like, oh, because this, and you try and like find reasons and whatnot. But the problem is I am so okay occupying a space of like, I don't know why, but long swords feel right to me. And you'll have people say like, but that's lazy, you're not thinking it through. And what I'm starting to get better at again is saying like, no, I have a gut intuition that it is better. Trust me on this one. You do that for your world, man. You, homeboy, you have your master duelists use sabers. I'm having my master duelists use long swords because I feel like it's more of a knightly thing. I like it more. And so it's kind of the idea as well where people say things like, oh, actually, you can have guns in your fantasy. And you're like, why can you have guns? Because the gun was invented in 15 whatever, and knights on the battlefield of something which was considered to be medieval Renaissance, fantasy inspiration. They had actually firearms in addition to crossbows, and you're like, no one thinks that guns feel fantasy. And by no one, I mean the rhetorical no one. Of course, there's one guy out there, right? But the problem is, if you say to a bunch of fantasy nerds, how would you have felt if Aragorn pulled out the pistol of Gondor and just shot down the mouth of Sauron instead of cutting his head off? It takes you out of it a little bit, man. There's like a gut instinct. You can argue that in the fantasy that the time period of the construction of those swords, being late whatever medieval pre-Renaissance, that guns were available, and so you could technically, the people who try and be technically correct, I think, are missing entirely the forest for the trees. And so people will get very heated about that because they'll think, no, technically you can have guns in fantasy, Evan. And when I say it just doesn't fit in the world, man. They're like, but I demand you answer for not thinking this through. You don't know. I need to educate you, right? That's the kind of way a lot of people get heated about stuff. So every time I feel like I'm getting stun locked on something, which only happens once a week or so now, I'll just be like, you know what? I told you the reason. If you don't like it, that's fine. I'm doing it anyway. And it requires a lot more trust. This is the kind of thing where it's listening to the critics isn't always good. So no, people get real heated about shit. You'd be surprised. If you watch chat long enough, especially not on a day when I'm doing shit like this, but on a day where I'm doing concept art and building things, that's when it comes out. When I'm doing the design for something brand new, guys, today we're doing the design for the Rokari or the Astronites or whatever. That's when you usually see it. Is somebody coming in being very upset that it's not the way that they think it should work out in some ways. So concept days are the days you'll find it, So, those guns are next to useless. English, but it doesn't matter why. That's the thing. That's exactly the problem. Is it doesn't matter why. So we're trying to out technically be correct against somebody who's trying to technically be correct by having whatever. Exactly. So it's the coherency to not break immersion is important. And George Lucas talked about this really well. He said when he was talking to Cameron on his story of science fiction documentary he made, he interviewed a whole bunch of sci-fi directors and talked about, film with Del Toro and whatever, all these guys. And one thing George Lucas talked about was the idea of creating an immaculate reality that Kurosawa did for his films that he really liked, where there was rats in the corner and the street was dusty, and creating a lived-in world, right, where things made sense. But on a deeper level, conceptually, what that also meant for Star Wars is creating a vibe that feels right. And so you can ask it's kind of like it's the old Star Wars science fiction debate. If you say, is Star Wars sci-fi, and I usually catch someone that has an opinion about this, so I'm sorry if someone gives me their opinion and I roast them immediately, but I'm just gonna finish the thought. If you say, is Star Wars science fiction, you will sometimes have a glasses adjusting nerd that wants to be clever more than they want to be correct, saying, no, it's not, it's a space opera, it's science fantasy, it's whatever. They'll try and classify it in a way that seems more clever. The problem is, if you ask 100 people is Star Wars science fiction or fantasy, 95% of them are just going to be like, oh yeah, click the sci-fi box. And so you can technically describe why it isn't science fiction, why it doesn't fit the mold. But the problem is that your gut knows, gut check, it's science fiction at the core. And it's if you're well, actually it's a fantasy because science fiction, whatever, and you're like, wow, you're so clever, and you pull out a gun, you point it at their fucking mom, and you're like, what do you think it is? Just gut check. Get it wrong, your mom dies. It's whoa, science fiction. Because man, you're trying to out clever the gut check. You're trying to out clever your instinct. And that's a really big trap that I think a lot of creatives get stuck in. Certainly people that I've encountered that try and out clever an idea or out rationalize or out technical an idea. It's you try and overthink, you try and over intellectualize your instinct. And I think that's a really bad way to create anything new, So why do you? There's no TTS attached to that, Dark.
I don't want it.
There's no TTS.
Stupid.
There's no. You can't. It doesn't
can't
play your
have it.
TTS after that. God damn it. Thank you for the 666 bits. That's a lot of fucking bits, dude. After you just ordered 10 boxes of cards. Stop it. Stop it. I don't deserve it. Oh, God. Because Evan said so. You don't like it, go make your own, do it right. Exactly. Which is kind of where I'm sort of more comfortable in, you know, as Dispel said, in the just trust me, bro sort of thing. You know, a space opera person, it makes me question which fantasies are more technically sci-fi and challenging norms and pushing the implication of new concepts. Exactly. And so that's the thing. It's like it is fun to think about how Star Wars is a space opera and a science fantasy more than a science fiction. But if we overthink it, then I think that's when we lose ground on the instinct. You know what I mean? So, and yeah, people definitely give less grace for new concepts in fantasy. Massively. Like you can think about the Star Wars aliens. So here's the example that I'll give. If you look at Mass Effect, you look at a Mass Effect Solarian, they're cool as shit, man. This is Solarian from Mass Effect. Bro, look at him. Look at how cool that design is. Right? That's so wild. That's so rad. Look at this from Star Wars. Star Wars Togruta. Togrutas are so cool, man. I love Togrutas. Togrutas are rad. Look at her. Look at her. That's a Solarian and that's a Togruta. These are aliens. But I don't see why for fantasy, it's like, oh, what kind of races and species can you play in fantasy? Well, you can play a cool dude with horns. Okay. You can play a cat man. Okay, cool. You can play a dog girl. And you're like, wow.
I didn't mean to TTS, but because I failed to meet your expectations. Here you go. Do you know why? Because
Why?
Evan said so. You don't like it. Go make your own and do it right.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, that's fucking Dark. God damn it. You get a TTS for $1. Thank you, Dark, for that. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you, man. Thank you. Yep. I appreciate that, bro. That's very nice of you. The point is that fantasy, if you had something like this, like something that looks different, alien, in your fantasy, you're gonna get people being like, that's not a fantasy thing, that's an alien, that's science fiction. It's kind of like, why can't we do different stuff in fantasy? So for Eldara, there's gonna be a number of like different playable races / species. Like it's why okay, you want to know why I don't have anthropomorphic races? I don't have Leonin, I don't have Loxodon, I don't have fucking werewolves and shit, because I find that, like, it's funny that I'm working on a Leonin right now. I find animal head on humanoid body to not be a bad idea. It's just been done for the last fucking 3,000 years. And in fantasy, or 5,000 years. And in fantasy, it's been overdone for the last 70 years. And I'm just not interested in having Catman on human body. It's just I've just seen it so many times that for Eldara, I just don't want to like get stuck. I don't get stuck in these ideas that have been done 1,000 times. So if you want to play a Catman on a fucking human body in Eldara, go for it, dog. Like, that's totally fine. You be a non-canon character and have your Eldara is supposed to be big enough that if you want to create you want to create your own Star Wars species of alien, you want to create your own fantasy race, you want to create your own fucking Catman stuff, go for it. It's big enough and diverse enough and different enough that if you're a Catman walking through a cantina, people are like, oh, that's weird, never seen that before. But like, there's a dude with 3 heads over there and like, you know, is live streaming on Twitch with a VTuber. Like, that's weird too, dog. You know? So it's supposed to be big enough that you can fit those kind of ideas. But I never am going to focus on them for any of the main sort of like stories in Eldara. But that's where people start getting a little bit, you know, spiced or upset or whatever. It's when you start questioning the norm, as it were, the status quo, the precious journey people went on that they loved. And it's fine if it's like not a good idea. Like, ultimately, if I arrive at an idea that's like really not a good idea, that's totally fine. I'm absolutely comfortable being there. The only problem is the lack of the seeming offense that people take at even the mere thought of doing something different. That gets a little bit tired to me. So, like, as much as I love Critical Role, even I do find a lot of like the Critical Role sort of cast art directed into a fantasy world, I think is too disjointed. But people love that. It's a theatrical, more fantastical version of fantasy, right? But you sacrifice some of the immersiveness in it. And so if I'm art directing like something like a D&D game or whatever, or a world like Exandria or Armon, you know, the idea of someone being like, I want to have an 18th century noble's waistcoat. I want to have a Viking whatever. I want to have a sci-fi robot with me. That kind of stuff just kind of is too disjointed for my preference, even though I like watching it or whatever. How do vampires work in Eldara? Are they like regular vampires, or are they like vampires from the show The Strain? I don't know what The Strain is, but I'm not even convinced if there are vampires in Eldara. Convince me that vampires are a useful concept to bring into fantasy. Convince me. Tell me why they're awesome, and I'll think about it. That's the thing. I don't want to just throw an idea in there because it exists in fantasy. Just because it exists elsewhere. You know, is there a cooler way you could do this sort of core concept of vampirism? Like, what is the compelling story of vampirism, of vampires? What is the compelling story? You have this undead, immortal, aristocratic type figure that siphons the life force of people and in a reclusive way, and is this dangerous hunter, you know, from the shadows, not openly declaring war on the mortal races of the world, but doing it in sort of a hidden kind of, you know, that's a cool story. Is there a way we can do it other than blood-sucking vampires? Maybe the vampire is a great fucking idea. And if we peel away all the layers of what it is, maybe the vampire, maybe there's something in the narrative of literally draining your blood. Maybe that's the best, like, allegory for that story possible, right? Maybe like it's like you have people that drain the life force from you. So you have the story of the tax collector and you have the vampire, and those are the same story at the core. But the vampire is like literally draining your life and killing the innocent and stuff. Maybe it's a much more compelling story. And maybe there isn't a better way. Maybe there's like a soul vampire, you know? That's like, what if you had a story? What if instead of vampires in your world, to have that kind of story, that line that people like to pursue, you had something like a Dementor from Harry Potter. These creatures that would draw the soul from your body, the light and happiness, and the villagers would be slowly becoming distraught because in the night this creature is not coming to bite holes on your neck. They're coming through your window and drawing the soul up through your mouth and through your nostrils and drawing it from your body in just little amounts, just slowly enough that people begin to give up on themselves in life, and the ability to even feel joy is diminished. And then you have this sort of like this town you need to save that are not plighted from fear of being drained. They're from their blood from some monster in the mountains. They don't know why they are slowly being drained of their life essence, because it's a more spiritual vampirism than a literal draining of blood. I don't know. This is what I'm saying, man. I don't ever want to just see the way like that a vampire. Oh, is this a Twilight vampire or a 28 Days Later vampire? Is this a Dracula vampire or a whatever? And which vampire are you gonna pick? It's like, let's at least try to create something new without throwing out the core concepts of what vampire we like about fantasy thing X, like vampires. Let's try and reskin it. Let's try something new and see if it evokes the same emotions and the same feelings. And maybe it's awful and we do a terrible job, but at least we're not just taking fucking high-collared Transylvanian, Romanian fucking vampires and putting them in our world, right? Vampires ultimately a parasite, traditionally a sinful, wrought creature. Other renditions could be something about the notion of take and never give. Yeah. It's like you're halfway there to convincing yourself. Yeah, exactly, right? Right? But that's like how we need to look at ideas. That's how I apply so much scrutiny to ideas whenever I like think about this is a common fantasy idea that of course I'm gonna put in the world. Wait, hold on, why? I try and like stop myself often and scrutinize it more, you know? And what is a Fate vampire or a Dresden? Like Dresden Files? That's cool. Like it like draws upon like more of a psych, like a psionic style vampire. That's a cool idea, actually. I like that.
Social vampires from what we do in the shadows are genuinely so funny, but I don't know if they fit the slot for Eldara. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Oh my god, the vampire just texts you and says it has a problem every 3 or 4 days. You're like, oh god. It's just texting the villagers trauma dumping and expecting them to help them cope with you know, their own mistakes or whatever. Oh my god, emotional vampires. Oh, it's too real. Oh my god. Vampires could be high-level necromancers. Okay, I like where you're going here. They're so dredged into evil magic necromancy they require the magic life living essence of creatures just to power themselves. That's a great idea. That's selfish, as Dispel said in YouTube chat. That's selfish give or take and never give, kind of like they're just draining the people around them. So in that case, then we kind of do have vampires in Eldar, and that's the Alabaster Consortium. The Alabaster Consortium is this evil, sort of ghostly, church-like organization that is the main villain of the Eldar adventure, where these perished masters will come and deliver these like large, sort of like gothic, disgusting kind of like displays of wealth, shielded. Oh my god, my pen. Oh wait, I went under the heater. Oh no. We're good. And drain away people's life force from the village, you know, and they'll create problems like sinking islands, forcing and putting so much pressure on people to willingly sign away their villages to become parishes in which they have to pay this tax in the form of increasing amounts of gold or sky shards to the point where they can't afford it. So then they have to start giving their citizens that become these vacant thralls they return drained and dead in the eyes, sometimes missing their eyeballs. You know, they become these like these skinned alive, terrible creatures, these thralls of these parish priests that pull them on these large sledges and ring the drones of their bells and swing the dark miasmic incense of their censers. Like, I guess then we already do have something that kind of is a vampirism story in some ways. It's not reclusive, it's not secretive, it's in the open, but part of the drama of the Alabaster Consortium is that they do all this great evil in the open and no one can stop them because no one chooses to rise up against them because they're technically not breaking the rules. Which has other implications than other stories than whatever. So I don't know, man. Maybe we're already there. Maybe we're not even anywhere near close because you have to be a reclusive singular figure and not a monolithic organization like a church. You know, and maybe I'm getting the vampire story entirely wrong. Fate is in the anime series. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wait, who was a vampire in Fate? I don't know a lot of the Fates though, so maybe I'm... Was there vampires in Fate? Was the older dude that was a what's it called, the fucking magician dude that had his hot servant whatever, was he a vampire in Fate Stay Night? I don't know. Anyway, that was a long time ago. I was in that anime in fucking decade or whatever. You spell to drain a person to convert their energies into health or magic power. Yeah, man. And some of the other animes and also in the games. Okay. Probably can't think of any of them off the top of my head because I haven't seen. I don't have like an Ashy of Heart level of knowledge on Fate. An encyclopedic Ashelin of Hartoria level knowledge. Not that versed. My power level's too weak. It's far too weak. I'm not cool enough yet. I'll get there, though. You just wait and see, man. I'll get there. Well, anyway, that's the kind of like excruciating scrutiny that I apply to ideas, and some people might think that that's fun because it's like, ooh, let's try and pick apart every little thing and then like, you know, reconstruct it in a cool way while trying to thread the needle of not picking it apart too much for the sake of picking it apart. That's fun for some people. It's fun for me because you have to be okay being in a place of, I don't know the answer. We're just going to sort of speculate and think and just theorize and whatever for a long time. You have to be okay existing there. And I understand for a lot of people, it's very uncomfortable to be in that space of uncertainty and no resolution, where you can think on an idea. You can say, we're going to brainstorm this idea today, and we might not get the answer. And we might brainstorm it for the next 30 years and not get the answer. It might take us 2 days or 30 years. Who knows? We'll never arrive at the proper answer. I'm okay existing in that space because I think that's the only space that you actually get new ideas in. That is, in some, to be dramatic and flowery with the language, that is you opening yourself up to the whims of the muse, of inspiration. And if you sort of, the demand to control and like, we must find the answer now and we must resolve this now. To me, I perceive that as being a kind of petulant sort of demand for the like, you know, like if you want to think about it in sort of the metaphor of the muse, that's like you trying to like demand the divine goddesses of creativity in the Greek tradition give you the knowledge or whatever, when the best way to do is sort of just kind of like I think at the beginning of the Odyssey, Homer has a prayer to the muse to hopefully tell a good story or whatever. Like you're sort of like relinquishing some of the control, which is the way that I think great ideas come from, is you have to sort of like be at the mercy of your own creativity or the divine or whatever, man, however dramatic you want to get there. But I'm okay being there. I know a lot of people hate being there. And sometimes I see people being very frustrated with that, you know, that like, no, we need to find the answer. We need to know the answer. We got to tell, you know, and you'll see sometimes people where you say, yeah, I have an idea for this. And like, oh yeah, let me tell you why it works that way. And like, I don't think you know the way it works. I think you have a theory, but, you know, I see that sometimes in people that are very like, you know, very strong-willed, very assertive. They're like, oh, you don't know? Let me tell you how that works. You're kind of like, okay, that's an interesting theory. No, it's not a theory. This is how it works. Oh yeah, you can see it. Like, okay, man, sure. But I know how annoying it is and how frustrating it is for me to be like, yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm sure. I don't know. Good idea. Good theory. That's like really infuriating for some people. So when are we getting the Eldarn equivalent of Lalafel's gnomes and halflings? The Eldarin equivalent of Lalafel's gnomes and halflings. So that is a special sponsorship project. So unfortunately, the AWAR are a special sponsorship project. They can't be sponsored with. God fucking damn it, you're timing.
I don't want it. Stupid.
You're fucking timing. Snap back to the fact that I'm talking. I'm just yelling at my computer screen on the internet on Twitch. There. It's just. Thank you, yeah, sorry, Nick. The sorry, bro. The unfortunately, the Lalafell gnomes, the AWAR, no one can afford the AWAR. They're a premium sponsorship project, and because they require so much extra development, you know, I guess nobody likes gnomes enough to sponsor them. So we'll see in the future. But yeah, right now, I just don't think people are. You know, they're not ready for the AWAR. They're still a mystery. They're like Yoda's species or how VTubers are born or some shit. How premium are we talking? Oh man, I don't even want to say. Give us an amount. Give you an amount for the AWAR. Oh my god, dude, you guys can't, because the thing is, what are you gonna do with this? What are you gonna do with the small folk, the shortkin of the world? Yeah, I can't even speak the number, you know, bro. It's too much. I don't want to get banned on Twitch for anyway. Yeah, poor Nick, man. He wants him so bad, but I mean, it would take at least 3 sponsorship projects to get through the AOR. It'd be a lot. It'd be a grind. So we're not even going to speculate on that, because I'm not even gonna make a joke and then regret it later. That's how smart I've gotten. Loki, can I sponsor halflings? God damn! What did I just say? Loki, what surprise Andy with a sketch with both of his hobbits? That's adorable. Realize could limit the creative direction if Eldar is relatively different. So the thing is that like memes aside of the small folk, halflings are the small folk is something I've been thinking about for a long time, and I don't have a really it's gonna be a really deep design project to get that's I'm half joking about how it would be very expensive because it'd take me a long time to do as a sponsorship project, but I'm also kind of serious because the problem is I've tried to take a crack at short folk, and you run into a couple categories. When you are drawing the small kin of the world, you either get small versions of normal people. And these are your hobbitses. Hobbit. Wait, hobbitses. There we go. You either get your cartoonish proportions. And these are your World of Warcraft gnomes. Or your Lalafell. And the Lalafell are dangerous because the Lalafell take they also bridge the gap with the sort of the childlike. That is also the childlike, you know. And Lalafell fit into both of these, and it's a problem for both of those. Or you get the magical, I think. And this is like fairies / Babu Frick. and Babu Frick is the character from Star Wars that I love from the new Star. One of my favorite aliens from Disney Star Wars. That's this little fucking grungy ass weirdo. So the problem is trying to justify and design. You either have to shrink and squish, shrink and shrink, or shrink and redesign Shortkin. And at the core idea, the core concept of what makes a story about small folk compelling, a lot of it, when we talked about it on stream, we sort of arrived, we didn't finish the idea, obviously, but the place we arrived at was that it was inherently an underdog story when you're, naturally disadvantaged by being small in the world. That's sort of an underdog story. And so there's stuff that goes along with that, right? There's benefits to that. How we do that changes the seriosity of the story, right? So the Hobbitses were great because they were just sort of smaller folk, as Gandalf said, only children to your eyes. People didn't take them seriously; they just kind of did their own thing. But they were, they're hobbits. So I think that's a good way of doing it. But the problem is they can't really do it without it just being hobbits. Like the furry feet and the curly hair and stuff. Like, okay, that's cute little design stuff for hobbits. But ultimately, there's like, it's tough. If you have just like halflings in D&D, they're just small people. And to me, that's kind of like a tired idea, right? It's kind of like whatever. So I don't hate this, but I'm not enthusiastic about this. I'm entirely unenthusiastic about it. Cartoonish small folk, I don't think fit. The only way that World of Warcraft gnomes, just in case somebody doesn't know, World of Warcraft gnomes look something like this. So cartoonish, inherently funny, proportionally kind of little gremlins. And Lalafell look like this. And so they're supposed to be very cute little anime characters and stuff. So Lalafell don't work in a non-anime setting. And World of Warcraft gnomes don't work in a non-World of Warcraft art setting. So these are governed by the artistic direction of the setting. And if you can't, so imagine trying to like do a live action of either of these things. It'd be pretty tough to fit these into the Lord of the Rings, into a Peter Jackson live action. So that's why the cartoonish small folk, I think, are really tough to do. The magical kind of like, this is, I think, where you have to put them in here. You have to have them kind of like, the small folk have to inherently be magical, having like flight in some way, having some way to move through the world, or being like kind of strange and otherworldly and alien. Like that's the thing, man. Like to really capture that essence of that story without them just being the small. This is what I'm shooting for, and this is why I unironically think this would be a project, a sponsorship project that would probably take me 3 times as long as a sponsorship project would. So like okay, one number, $600 there. I'm not saying this for you, Heat. I'm answering the meme before you mentioned it. Because I want to do this anyway. So trying to figure out how to arrive here. This is a very difficult problem. This is like a 10 out of 10 challenge for me. This is if I try and I endeavor and I don't arrive here, this is why I don't even have this offered as a sponsorship project, because I could try and get there and not even arrive there and realize the best version that I can get for small folk for that storyline is just hobbits, is just smaller version, is just, you are short and small to the eyes of others. You're not magical, you're not made of fucking pixie dust, you don't have 3 tails and 2 wings and an eye and whatever. You're just a halfling, and then you just call them halflings, and it's awesome because we know and we love what the idea of a halfling is. As soon as you get into the idea of gnomes and other things like that, it's like, well, when I say a gnome, do you think of a garden gnome? Do you think of a D&D gnome, or do you think of a World of Warcraft gnome? And depending on what, gnome and halfling both carry a lot of baggage for people depending on where you come from and what fantasy you come from. And so if you say gnomes, it's like, is people like, aw, or are they like, ugh, you know? So you have to like kind of redesign them or make sure, like even call it. So that's why the short folk of Eldara, they're a mystical group called the Awar. That's how it's spelled. The Awar, A-E-W-A-R. The Awar, they live on an island somewhere in the southern hemisphere in between the 2 great continents for the most part, and they're not seen all that often, but they are very vastly powerful practitioners of magic. All right, it's part of their culture to be good at magic. So they like magic shit. And it's kind of like I referenced the Awar, like, oh, an Awar sorcerer of that power level could take over the southern kingdoms, but like you never actually see what an Awar looks like, and I don't know how to handle them yet. So that's like that it's the Awar are a core component that I want to do for world building, because I want to do my just so we know where we're at on projects for Eldara. Right now, it's the trading cards, because Passion Project, you know, whatever, said I'd do it 3 months ago. Magical Australians, yeah. The Awar are, sorry, not the Awar. The trading cards were the project right now, and that's done. The next thing up is getting the adventure published. And then once the adventure is published, then the next thing to do is to create all the different player options. So to make sure that you have your classes, your Sage and your Knight, and you also have your subclasses for different D&D classes that are pre-existing, but then you also have the original sort of races and species that you can sort of go to in Eldara to play a character that feels sort of within the world. So like Rokari is on that. Azalea sponsored that one. Basically hobbits but foxes instead. You know, kind of. Yeah, you're right about that. The Rokari are the closest things we have to hobbits. They even live in fucking burrows. So yeah, if we have anything close to Rokar or close to hobbits right now, Zelia's right. They're absolutely. I think the Rokari are a bit taller than halflings. Rokari are like 4.5 feet to 5 feet tall. On like a tall Rokari is like 5'2" or whatever. So it kind of fits in, you know. A 3'9" Rokari probably wouldn't be the weirdest thing you've seen. It'd be short for Rokari. They like that 4 foot range. But I guess that's kind of it, you know. So some great sounding names, must say. Terrible at names. I appreciate that. Names I don't think of ever on stream, because names I don't try for. A name will come to me in the middle of doing something entirely different. So I never commit to naming something. I never say, guys, we're gonna name the race of fish people now, because if I try and force it again, it's not gonna work. I'll be drawing something completely different. I'll be doing like some, you know, commission for some hot Catman hentai. I mean, just delete the VOD. Yeah, I mean some paladin. Yeah. I'll be doing some work for some paladin, and I'll just think of a name for something that it's been on my mind for a while. So I can't force it, man. When I try and sit down and think like, we're gonna name the map for the area with the rift, it's just not gonna work, dude. It's just not gonna happen. And then we're gonna try too hard, try and force it, and it's gonna be bad. Okay, give me a second. I need to really quickly refill my drink before it is empty. My throat is dry because it's fucking snowing outside, so the air is dry and cold now. All right, Catman, let's finish this up. Salesian, good to see ya. Just woke up? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? You stayed up too late? Crafting and watching anime. You're a legend. You are a legend. What were you making? What new amazing cosplay or beautifully crafted sculptures are we to anticipate from your mastery? Tell me of your greatness. Dude, I might stay up tonight. I don't have gym to do tomorrow. The cards successfully released today. I know I have a lot of work to do for the cards now, and I have to go get paper and stuff, but until I get my paper, it's not like I can really push that hard for it. It's gonna be a day or two at least. So maybe I'll take an evening, you know? Maybe I'll just let's play some World of Warcraft Legion Remix. Maybe hang with the boys. Maybe stay up late. Watch Critical Role and draw other characters or something. Shit. Yeah. What's up, Aaron? Good to see ya. Welcome in. An early morning runs tomorrow? No. No, I'm trying to sleep in on Saturdays a little bit. I'm trying to sleep to like 9 would be amazing, but I if I can sleep in past 7, like 8, somewhere in the 8 o'clock hour, 8 to 9 would be like great. Cause I could stay up till midnight, dude. Bro, I could stay up till midnight like I'm a degen. I watch some anime. No, I'm not doing anything. I'm also taking a couple days off from the gym. I didn't go this morning. I think I did some damage, yeah, yesterday morning. And Ella pleaded with me for sensibility. She said, "Trust me," and she pulled her authority as wife. All right, she invoked her spousal authority. We don't invoke our spousal authority very often on each other, but she invoked some spousal authority on me and told me that I was not to go to the gym because she was afraid that I was going to have a fucking heart attack. And I told her how bad I felt yesterday after I got home. She's like, your face is like, looks bruised. Like, you take some days off. So I said, okay. So I'm not doing shit tomorrow. Sitting on my ass and just working. It's about 5 a.m. What the hell? Were you doing something at least fun, or was it like 5 a.m. of working? Or that's legendary. I don't think I've stayed up till 5 a.m. since, you know, I remember the last day I stayed up till 5 a.m. actually. It was with my friend Jason when we were playing Diablo 3. One of the seasons came out and we were doing so well and we were like so far ahead and we had great drops and we were just crushing the leaderboard, having a great night. And it was 5 a.m. and I was like, oh, Jason, I think we fucked up. Bro, I think we messed up. Like, whoops. Drawing, all right, sick. Okay, that's good. That's a good passable reason for it. I did a stretch, yes. Yeah, I did my stretches downstairs. 5 a.m. you too, really? Let's see, okay, hold on. Little charms. Tiny charms are some of the medical herbs that the cat from Apothecary Diaries has to make little keychains. Oh, cool, man. That's sick, dude. Wait, that's actually rad. Alright, I dig it. I dig it. Now life is not good, so I just stack up on dopamine. Yeah. I feel that. It's hard to break that cycle, you know? Staying up and whatnot. I love staying up, dude. I'm like, it's hard for me to try and be responsible right now because I know, I don't know, like I remember hearing this person, this like doctor talking about this shit on some lecture I was listening to about sleep and the brain. And he was saying that there's something like, if you have like 100 people in a room that say that they're night owls, like 3 of them are, and the rest are just people with bad sleep discipline. You know, they'll say like, oh, I'm so much better at night, I function so much better. It's like, no, you know, you're not that phenotype. You just have bad sleep hygiene. And I realized that might have been me, you know. Because I've always been someone who's been a night owl, and I would always say, man, I'm just so much more creative at night. I just feel better. I'm just like activated, you know. I'm just like ready to go at night, man. I don't want to like get to sleep. I just want to like, get up and create and do stuff. And I realized for me though that was like not the case, and that I did need sleep. And the only way I will go to the gym, the only way I'll work out and exercise is if I do it in the mornings. If I have to like end a stream, like if I had to get off in like, half hour, whatever, and then go to the gym right now, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't convince myself to do it. I'm already like kind of tired from the day. I've been doing shit. I got stuff to do. I got plans. I got things. I got meetings and whatnot. I'm not going to force time to go to the gym. It's not going to happen. So the only way I'll do it is if I do it first things first in the morning. And the only time I have to do that is if I get up at 6 every day. And so Monday through Friday, that's when I wake up. That's when my alarm is set for. I wake up at 6, I get to the gym, work out for about an hour, till 7:30, 8 sometimes. If I'm like cutting really hard, then I'll go longer. And then I can come home and I'm like ready to go. I don't have to think about it. Don't have to work out, don't have to do anything. The only thing that I have to do is if it's summer and it's nice out, then I'll go for a walk. I'll try and hit my like 12,000 steps a day. Right now, I am not trying to hit my 12,000 steps a day. Right now, my goal counter is 8. And some days, if I don't go to the gym, that's a challenge. So, what's up, Boozer? Me too. I just rewatched it to wait for what? Wait. My YouTube chat isn't far enough up. What were you watching? Wait. What did I miss? Oh, were you watching Apothecary Diaries? Oh, okay. Well, I might have been too dumb to read that and understand what was going on. Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. No, I'm good. You just gotta speak to me in Crayon this week, just like every other week, apparently. Try to stay up only temporarily and not as a routine. Yeah. No, and I that was my favorite time of day was like, I would stay up to like probably 1 to 3 a.m. every single day, and that was my favorite time of day. I loved past midnight. Right. I really loved, the quiet of 12:30 at night. It's like everyone is kind of like gone. You know what I like about it? I like that like everybody's gone to bed. You've like played with your boys for whatever game you're playing, or you've hung out, or you've done whatever you're gonna do. And there's something about like 12:30 to 1, that kind of like that late time where it's like you don't really have to do anything. Now, obviously, if you're like trying to do your own thing, like I'm doing, you're kind of whatever. Yeah, you have to do stuff, but there's not this like sense of like urgency. You've kind of accomplished what you're going to do for the day, and you don't have to like worry about like, oh, I need to go to this appointment, or I need to be around for this person, or I need to like talk to this thing or do that thing or whatever. It's kind of like there's no expectation on you that late at night, so you can just kind of like actually breathe and enjoy whatever you're doing, maybe, and like yeah. And I miss that. I miss just like quietly, calmly playing, a game or whatever, chilling. And not having that is tough because like I still am not used to it being like even though I'm up at 6 or whatever, it's like my stream still starts at 10 and I still work till like, 7 or 8 or whatever. But then all of a sudden it's 9 and I have to go to bed. It's like, fuck. Right? I see 7. I used to see 7 p.m. on the clock, and I'd be like, "Oh my god, I have 5 hours left of the day to just chill before it's even like time to relax." I have so much time. But now I see 7 p.m. and I'm like, "Oh fuck, I only have like 2 hours, and I gotta take the dog out and get ready for bed." So I haven't quite gotten used to that, but losing weight and getting in shape over the last couple of years has been way more important to me than, and it's been worth it. It's been definitely worth it. I don't have as much time for video games. But if you were morbidly obese like I was, losing weight was a massive, and I'm still fat as fuck, but like, I still got a long way to go. But that was like a sacrifice I had to make, and I'm happy I made it. And I'd make it I'd do it all over again. It is way better to be healthier. And so sacrificing the games, it's like it sacrifices a little bit of the mental for the physical, but the physical not being so much of a problem definitely helps that mental. Even though I think I need to sort of build some of those days in. So like that's like tonight. I think I'm going to spend some time and play some games tonight and just chill or whatever if I can. I'm still having a hard time playing games, but the new Warcraft thing has been kind of fun. So exactly what I love about late nights. It's when I thrive. I get my second win at like 11 p.m. I have to be so tired, right? I was gonna fall over to go to bed before 11. No, and so that also happens sometimes too. Like if I'm out of like if I'm staying up till like midnight for a lot of days in the roast legion because I'm like trying to work or get deadlines or stuff done and go to the gym, and so I'm only getting like 5 hours of sleep at night, like real sleep. For enough nights, I will hit a wall where one day I'll be toast for the whole day. I'll be barely coherent after stream. Like 3 p.m. hits and I'm like, oh fuck. And I'm just waiting for bed. And like 7:38 rolls around. I'm like, it is 8:30. I'm getting in bed, dog. And I sleep until 6:30 a.m. the next day. It's like, it's good. It's a good refresh. It's a good reset. But no, I totally get that. I'll get like my second win late in the day and I'll feel like I want to get stuff done and do stuff and draw and make art and be creative and write and shit like that at like, 10 p.m. or something, Maybe I'll install Rogue Trader and start that game this week. I still want to play through Rogue Trader. There's a couple games on my list right now for the holidays. I tend to play more games in the winter than in the summer. I don't know why. The fall I play a lot of games, but I didn't play this year, so I think I want to play through Rogue Trader. I want to play through Cyberpunk finally. I've been waiting years for Cyberpunk to want it, and I'm glad I'm waiting because like I took a big break through Baldur's Gate 3. I didn't force it. When I hit Act 2 and I was kind of bored in Baldur's Gate, I didn't force it. I took 5-6 months away from the game. When I came back to it, it was the best thing ever. So I do not force games anymore, right? And sometimes you have to force a little bit, but if I force a little bit to just kind of get over the hump of whatever that quest is you don't want to do or whatever, and I'm still not having fun, I won't force it. So Cyberpunk and Rogue Trader are on there. What else? There was also there's a Grey Knight game that I kind of play. It's like some 40k Grey Knight tactical something game. It looks really cool actually. I kind of want to play that, but I don't own it yet. So, I own Rogue Trader and Cyberpunk, so I can actually play those. And then weirdly, an ancient game, the one of the new Deus Ex games. Like I really liked Human Revolution. Like Deus Ex Human Revolution was one of my favorite gaming experiences ever. And when the next Deus Ex game came out like 10 years ago, a couple years after that one, I was like, oh, I really want to play it, but I want to wait until I really want to play it. And I kind of feeling that. I don't know why. And then I also really want to play Expedition 33. I really want to play Expedition 33. I have to buy that one though. So maybe I'll try and force Rogue Trader or Cyberpunk because oh no, I can't play Cyberpunk. Oh, it's just Rogue Trader. I can't play Cyberpunk because well, I guess I did just sell out of most of my trading card inventory today. I guess I can go get a new GPU if I really wanted to. oh, hold on. Wait, hold up. I think that with the problems I'm having with Photoshop and streaming, I don't think I could run Cyberpunk right now. So maybe Rogue Trader is the one I do. Maybe that's the jam. It's also excellent. Yeah, okay. A big update that reworked almost all the origins, made them better. Really? Interesting. I know, the commands still don't work, Dark, for some reason. Also, what are you doing going back to the store? You had your fill, sir. Sheath and put away your ambitions. That's too many cards. Come on, man. Computer upgrades is good for games and work. It is, and I get to write off every single computer upgrade. So if I buy new parts, I get to write them off. So if I buy a $2,500 GPU, the one I want is $4,000 because the problem is, so usually the way that GPUs work, just because people wonder why I'm whining about this so much, you have like on the NVIDIA side, you have the 5070 series, you have the 80, and you have the 90. And then way down here, you have the 60, but that doesn't, we don't care about that. So right now we're on the 50 series, right? We're looking at 50s, and mine's a 3. This number's a 3, not a 5, so it's very small. So this one's $4,000 that I want. This one's 2.5. This is Canadian, by the way, so it's probably like $4 American. And this one doesn't matter. So we're looking at these two basically, the 90 and the 80. So why, like, in older editions of NVIDIA, Bachuga, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. I said that right. In older editions of GPUs, it has been an incremental growth where basically the power of the 90 is greater than the 80 is greater than the 70, and it just gets more horsepower. But what they've done in the more recent 40 and 50 series of graphics cards, and I know this is not, if you're a the GPU nerd, forgive me for not getting this exactly right, but I'm generalizing here. What they've more or less done is they have kept their 90 series an absolute monster, right? It is a horsepower monster. It is an insanely overpowered GPU. Nothing I do would ever need a 5090 except for rendering. And actually, well, I could use it, but for you're playing games and chilling, just doing some streaming, you'd never use the power in a 5090 series. So that's why the 80 and the 70 are good, right? The problem is after the 4000 series, so the last generation and this generation, what they did is they augmented their 70 and 80 series and 60 series to be less expensive. So the cost went down on them relatively. Well, how did they lower the cost on them? They actually use and implement some sort of NVIDIA, and I'm going to be very vague here because it's very complicated. They vaguely accelerate artificially what you see by using some NVIDIA AI bullshit. That's fine. But what it means is that it doesn't have to have as much horsepower as previous editions. So if you used to look at older graphics cards and the 90 used to have 100 horsepower, and the 80 used to have like 80 horsepower, and the 70 used to have like, 70 horsepower, whatever, right? The way they changed it is now like the 80 has like 50 horsepower and the 70 has like 30 horsepower. But what they do is they LARP like they're better than they are. And when you're running games, the LARP is pretty good. But the problem is if you're doing things like I'm doing, where you're actually using Photoshop and you're also multi-streaming to like Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and then like Instagram if I could. All of these things while also running in OBS, while also recording, requires a lot of just direct horsepower. So this whole like NVIDIA AI acceleration shit, it doesn't help me for what I'm doing. Meaning that the new series of graphics cards, the 70, like in the past, would a 5070 be way better than a 3080? Oh yeah. But now if you really want to get that good horsepower upgrade, you're looking at the 90. And that sucks. So that's why I'm looking at a $4,000 fucking GPU. I think though that even the 5080 is probably still decently better than what mine is right now. It just really sucks that NVIDIA is like doing that. They're like blunting the actual power of their hardware to like accelerate it, on a software side. But that just doesn't work. Photoshop says, puh, that's cute. Anyway, so that's why it's a little complicated. So the problem is if you were to spend $2,500 on an upgrade from a 30,000 series graphics card to a 5,000 series, I have a 3080 Ti. If you were to upgrade from a 3,000 to a 5,000 series, it's like you would always be getting a massive upgrade. But now it's like it's way less of for what I'm doing. Like if you're playing games, it's probably still a massive upgrade. But if you're doing what I'm doing, it's probably like a really not great upgrade, and you're kind of overpaying a lot. So do you pay $2,500 and get an okay upgrade, or do you get a great upgrade but now you have to pay $4,000? They're putting artists in this weird kind of spot, and a lot of people don't realize, and they're like, man, I bought a 5080 and it didn't really like, or 5070, and I upgraded from my 4070 to 5070 and it didn't really do much. They're like, yeah, because it's not that much of an upgrade for what you're doing. But yeah, the whole frame generating shit and filling in the gaps and whatnot, it just doesn't work for rendering, like hardcore rendering. A 1070 Ti, holy shit, bro. That's like Like, that thing's haunted. That's amazing. I'm impressed. Oh, I'm impressed. Yeah, dinosaur. Holy shit. 1070 Dinosaurus Rex. No, I mean, like, if you're not playing like advanced games and shit, your GPU is less important than it used to be. The problem is for what I do. You know, one of the big stats that I look for is VRAM. It's your graphics card RAM. If you want a lot of VRAM, they sort of like they kind of lock VRAM behind the 90 series. Anyway, so again, also if you want the VRAM, you can't buy the lesser graphics card. You have to buy the fuck you graphics card. And it sucks to like spend that much money and not get an incredibly like not to future proof yourself. It's like you spend $2,500 for a graphics card that's gonna last you like 2 years, just theoretically, or you spend $4,000 for a graphics card that's gonna last you 6 years. It's like it's a way better deal, but it's still a lot of money up front, you know. So maybe I'll see if there's like some Boxing Day sales or whatever. The computer store that I always go to here, close to like where I live, the city close to where I live, they're really good, and I have friends that work there, and I've gotten all my parts there for the last 15 years, it feels like. And they have pretty great Boxing Day sales, which is a made-up holiday in Canada. That's the day after Christmas. That is our Black Friday. See, it used to be in Canada, we had Boxing Day, and my dear brothers and sisters in America, you guys had Black Friday. And so your Black Friday, your ultra sale clear out day where people like put shit on sale and Amazon went nuts, that was the before Christmas, so you could do your Christmas shopping, right? For us, it was after Christmas, so they could like clear out their stuff they didn't sell for the Christmas season. But now in Canada, Black Friday's become like the norm. So now we have both. Now we have both. We have Black Friday sales and Boxing Day sales. So maybe I'll see if I can get a... Actually, well, yeah, Black Friday's coming up too, so isn't it? You guys, Black Friday's like the last Friday in November or something like that. I don't know exactly when American Thanksgiving is. I know it's right before December. And Black Friday's the Friday before Thanksgiving, I think. I never remember this shit, dude. There are dinosaurs. Eldara absolutely should have dinosaurs. And you know what? They'll be Spielberg dinosaurs, not a feather in sight. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, there's dinosaur tokens. Like if you go back in the Discord far enough, if you go deep in the Discord, you will find the dinosaur tokens that. Ooh, what the hell? Oop. Dinosaur. I made these tokens. Oh God. Interrupt the recording. Fine. I made these dinosaur tokens like 3 years ago. And Ashy even threw one of these at us in our D&D game. So, yeah, you get some spiky boys here, but the Relic Coast dinosaurs. There they are, man. There they are.
Congrats on the launch. I hope it all works out and you sell out. Glad to see we're making steps to getting your vision out in the world. Smile less than 3. Don't forget to treat Ella to Taco Bell.
Well, you certainly helped with that. Yeah, that you certainly have helped with the launch, Dark. Thank you, man. Thank you for the 5, and thank you for, yeah, thank you for the support, man. Memes aside, Miniful hating me aside, I'm really humbled, and I really hope the cards are something that it's a celebration of Eldara before that goes like, you know, into a big formal project, and I hope it's really fun to collect. I can't imagine what you'll do with all your cards, but I hope it's fun, and I hope you can sell boxes in the future for a crazy amount. I'll endeavor to make sure that you're extraordinarily hilariously wealthy with those boxes in 15-20 years. Oh, it's so toxic. Thanks, dude. Go for Taco Bell, run tonight. No, Ella, it's too far away. You can't get Taco Bell tonight. You're not gonna drive to, you're gonna maybe drive Taco Bell, aren't you? I don't want to drive all the way to Taco Bell.
Why?
God damn it.
I don't want it. It's stupid. I hate it. I hate Evan.
Should I get a clip of all my VTuber friends saying they hate me or shit talking me in some way, and then I can just make that different alert so people can. It's your retirement for Oh man. Okay. Yeah. Going for a lunch run, kind of hungry. I know, dog. It's dude. Me too, man. I didn't have breakfast today, so it's not that far. It is that far. What do you mean? It'd be like an hour and a half just to go get Taco Bell. You're gonna drive for an hour and a half to the opposite side of that city? You're gonna drive to that city, then around the city. This is like you're fucking the There Will Be Blood scene. Bro, you're like fucking straw goes across the room and eats your Taco Bell. God, there's nobody in this chat old enough to get that reference. I'm so fucking cringe. Yeah, get Vanilla. Now the Taco Bell, perfect time for the alert. Stop it. No. Okay, wait. Thanksgiving is the third Thursday of November, so Black Friday will be the day after that. Or oh, right. Thanksgiving Sunday, Black Friday Monday, right? Wait. No. Like it's the week, like Monday. Yeah. So it's the week after Thanksgiving. Right. Okay, so Thanksgiving Sunday, then Black Friday is on the next week. Okay, it's not on the Friday of that week. Interesting. That's Friday in the name. Well, I meant it was like on the next week, like starting Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's not like the Friday before the Sunday. So, when would that be for this year? The last couple of days in November? So how? Well, maybe I should try and see if I can get GPU at that point.
In the States, Taco Bell is like 10 minutes from anywhere.
Damn it! I live in the wrong country. Guys, I live in the wrong country. Why do I live here? Do you think maple syrup and fucking polar bear jerky replaces Taco Bell? It doesn't. You know? It doesn't. I don't know what to say, man. You guys got it better there.
Black
you guys figured it out.
Friday is the day after Thanksgiving. Cyber Monday is the following Monday.
Oh, I see. Okay. Wait, so is there actually a difference between Cyber Monday and Black Friday now? Because in Canada where I live, Amazon will have the same sales on Black Friday as they do on Cyber Monday. They just change the name of it. There's only one store I've been to in the last 5 years that their Black Friday sale ended on Friday. Or ended on like on that Friday or that weekend. You know? Like it was a game store that I went into. And I was like, yo, dude, I bought this thing on Friday. I wanted to come get another one for my wife. They're like, oh, sorry, man, the Black Friday sale's over. I'm like, oh, it's Monday though. I thought it was like Cyber Monday. They're like, yeah, man, our online store has sales. I'm like, can I buy the thing in store? And the guy was like, he kind of looked at me, and it's like he hadn't thought about this before. He's like, well, you could buy it online and then do an in-store pickup. I was like, okay, so I could buy it right now online and then do an in-store pickup. He's like, well, it takes some time to like pull the order. Like, cool, how long-ish? He's like, there's like nobody in the store. He's like, we tell people about a half hour. I'm like, I'm in a bit of a hurry, man. Could I buy this and can we pull the order right now? Would you mind doing that? Like, I'm so sorry to ask that, but like, would you mind? Like, I'm trying to be nice because it's like, even though this is stupid. He's like, yeah, I'll just give you the whatever. He just sells me for the fucking sale for like, it just like didn't click. So that, listen, it's just one sale here now. So I don't know if that's like a different thing in the US. It's technically close to Taco Bell, but I don't want food poisoning. You're gonna get food poisoning no matter what Taco Bell you go to. Okay? Stop making the difference matter like 7 years ago. Yeah, because it's not like if you go to a store that has an online store that they're not gonna have their sale up till Monday, right? Their Black Friday sale will, or their if they're an online store only, they will start that shit on Friday, and that'll go all the way till Monday. Or like, doesn't Amazon do a Cyber Monday week or some shit? That was just like on sale for like a weekend, a weekend and whatever until the next Friday or the next Monday or some shit, and then they just say it's the Cyber Monday week. I don't know, man. I'm too Canadian for this shit. I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know how to sales. When does Lego do their sit? No, Bad Evan. No, you're not buying Ella Lego for Christmas. You don't have room for it. Bad Evan. She really wants the Millennium Falcon, guys. What do I do? She wants the $1,000 Millennium Falcon. It's $1,000 Canadian. She wants the $1,000 Millennium Falcon. What do I do? Get the Falcon? That's not what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to just get the Falcon. It's like $1,000, dude. That's so much money, and it's so much space. Get the aluminum Falcon. Oh, okay. No, you're not allowed to have a Lego Millennium Falcon, Ella. Okay? You buy a bigger house first, exactly. So, Ella, I'll put a bigger house on my throne. You can put the Millennium Falcon on your throne, okay? It's crowdfunding. You guys gonna crowdfund a Christmas present for Ella? Is that what you're gonna do? Is that what you're gonna do? I'm gonna do a birthday stream for Ella where it's a streamathon where we crowdfund a fucking Millennium Falcon for her and then not have anywhere to put it in our fucking house. Okay. It's just gonna be behind on Ella's desk. She's gonna replace her monitor with Millennium Falcon. You're not hanging it from anything. Okay, I'm not entertaining this anymore. This is getting too close to actually being a meme that I regret, so stop encouraging Ella. She doesn't need it. She doesn't need it. She doesn't have anything to do with it. She's just memeing hard. She's just shit talking the front yard. Yeah. I think it would be good, but it's still a lot. She already has too many Gundams everywhere. Okay. Ella, we have to be responsible adults. We're in our 30s now. How many high-functioning adults in their 30s do you know that have Gundams and Legos in their house? It's a personal attack on everyone we know in their 30s. I'm kidding. Like, we don't have space for this shit. We're gonna put fucking Lego. We barely have enough space for Gundams and anime figures. Too late. We're already planning it out. No, we're not. You're not playing shit out. You guys are all gonna forget. It's fine. Her birthday's in December. You guys are gonna forget. I'm not worried about this. I am unbothered. The entire meme will stay as such. It's fine. I mean, Ella could do it herself if she actually streamed for once in her fucking life, you know? We need to Christmas the house. We're not Christmasing the house right now. This is not... It's more 3 weeks away. I know, man. 32 looks cabinet full of figures. Well, you heard me, Salesian. You heard me. Yep. Yep. I committed to it. I bet you're secretly a nerd, Salesian. I bet you play Imagination Dragon game and roll dice and pretend you're a mystical warrior from an ancient land, fucking dork. I bet you play games where you pretend dragons are real. Nerd. Yep. I said it. I said it out loud. No secret? Oh, okay, yeah. Dragons aren't real? Oh. Oh, guys. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Shit. I broke our cardinal rules, the dragons claim. Don't tell anyone that thinks Santa's real, Santa isn't real. And don't tell anyone that thinks dragons are real, they aren't real. That was my one rule. We were to preserve the illusion that both Santa, dragons, and the Force were real. Because you know when you were 17 years old in your math class, you sat there looking at the whiteboard and you held your hand out and tried to force pull a whiteboard marker to you. You know you did that shit. Don't act like you're better than me. Because you're not. And the Easter Bunny? Oh, no. They're just stories. They're just stories. They're not like the Tooth Fairy. Or the weird shit from the Appalachian Mountains that that one weird friend that has a bead curtain you know tells you about. Those are real. Yep. Yep. Unfortunately. I don't know, Dark. I don't tell you, bro. I don't tell you. I'm just as broken up over it as you are. Yep. They're as rare and mystical and made up as all good things in life. Like D&D groups that can find the time to play together every week. Or girls that play Overwatch in 2014 that don't play Mercy. Made up stories we wish we were true. But here we are, man. Think my pet dragon now? You ain't real? Yeah, what the hell? Oh no. He's hallucinated a dragon. Not again. There's just a really, really angry iguana. With paper mache wings glued to it. Aw, shit. Not again, man. Not again. A coworker over, and she called my place a treasure box. That's nice. I had my place called a museum. Treasure box is way more flattering than museum. Damn. Bro, you got so many cabinets with, like, games in them. How did you convince your wife to let you put, like Gundams and stuff in your cabinets? Oh, those are all hers. Yep. Yeah, she gets to keep all the Gundams in the inevitable divorce, so. Yep. Thought of thing to add to Eldora, halfling velociraptor riders. That's pretty good. I do like the idea of the dinosaur riders. You know, there's a token I have that's a pirate on a dinosaur. Actually, not a halfling, but I mean, this is the most like cringe millennial humor thing I've ever done. But in my pirate token pack, I do have a token that is, where is he? That is a orcish pirate captain riding a velociraptor with a Relician feathered goblin monkey on his shoulder, wielding a sword. The only thing I could have done to elevate it into further cringe millennial humor territory is if I had some reference to either bacon or unicorns in this, or sharks with laser beams. At that point in time, I would have had to retire myself from society and take the honorable way out and jump off of a fucking cliff if I ever catch myself making those kind of jokes again. So until then, though, you know, that token will exist, unfortunately, as a shameful reminder to the generation I come from and our inability to craft new jokes. It's okay. You know, a bunch of 35-year-olds saying 6-7 in 20 years. Wondering what they're doing with their lives. Land sharks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep. That's kind of nice sounding, though. Well, I feel like treasure box is more whimsical. Museum sounds sterile. Like, I have a massive cabinet wall of my video game collection. And it has all of our collector's edition games and everything in there. But it's all behind glass, so I don't have to, like, dust it, you know? Because, like, there's nothing worse than having to dust your collection, man. Put that shit in a glass case, and you only have to dust it once a year. Even then, you're like, meh, I could have given it an extra couple months. Meh. Ain't no thing. Oh my god, the fur rendering. I'm so tired of drawing floof. I can never make it as a furry artist. I'm like 63 floofs into this. Those floof numbers aren't even like DeviantArt furry level. Also, I noticed my fucking socials command still has a DeviantArt link on it. I gotta update that, man. I gotta update some commands this weekend. I gotta change the print, the store, the whatever, a trading card command. I gotta change the. Oh, man, I gotta do a lot of stuff with commands. My socials command has fucking DeviantArt on it. What? And the VOD channel, it doesn't exist anymore. The VOD channel needs an S on there. There you go. Right? How many DeviantArt notifications do I have? Let's see. Login. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. All right. Let's see. All right. 124 notifications. When was last time I posted something? Let's see. 2023. Wow. So over 2 years ago. Wow, dude. How about that? First, I haven't touched this account so long. Wow. Good job. Yeah. That's tragic. Okay. Can never make it there as an artist, apparently. Truly a movie Velociraptor, yeah. This is probably the most detailed or tedious, maybe, Critical Role sketch that I'll have to do. It's Teor. Not even Velas's veil was as tedious as this one is. I think that's good. I think that's about done for already. Oh god, I'm sorry. I didn't hit my mute button fast enough. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Okay. Just armor left. Certainly my DeviantArt is often neglected. Yeah, I thought like there's like an idea that like there's never like you should post everywhere. There's never too many or too few or whatever places or too many. There's only too few places to post your work. It should be accessible, be available, be whatever. You never know if you're gonna catch the wave on one of them and really make a difference to your growth as an artist. I absolutely think DeviantArt is counterproductive. I 100% now believe that DeviantArt is entirely counterproductive to post on. The amount, I honestly, I've never gotten a real client from DeviantArt. I've gotten the worst messages and the worst requests and the dumbest people asking me about art from DeviantArt and ArtStation. ArtStation you'd think would be good, honestly, because it's like supposed to be the industry platform, place, whatever, and it kind of is, but you know, since I'm not working for industry work, people that go to ArtStation for freelance seem to be just people who don't like think that they're more clever than using DeviantArt. So, yeah. Lens to driving. To get that real quick. Also, thanks for the follow. It's looking so good. Love hatching. Thanks, dude. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. I think we'll probably call it there for the day, though. We've got the fur done. We can probably just do the armor quickly over the weekend and then post our boy. But my wrist is getting a little sore. I gotta be tender with that shit. So I want to get them done all the way, but unfortunately there are trading card related matters. So I don't know how many boxes are left. I think Ella, when I went down, said there's like 2 or 3 left. So that's pretty rad. From selling, I don't know how many. That's like what, sold 14 boxes on pre-order. You guys are insane, man. It really means the world. So Discord and Reddit are golden. Actually true. Yeah. I don't use Reddit all that often, but Discord is the one that I tend to stay around with the most. So but yeah, man. I appreciate it, guys. Where's the outro? Where is our outro? There we go. Cool. And the recording for the day. Rad. right, guys. You're insane. Your support was way more than I thought was possible. So I can't wait to get to making these for you guys and be I don't know, recording the process. There will be a second edition printed as well, but that'll be in a couple months. So it'll have actual packs to go for convention season. So first edition is going to be the one though. I hope you guys have fun. You know, opening them when they're ready to ship. So it's gonna be really fun making them. So good luck. Have fun. DDKA. Wait, is nobody old enough to know StarCraft? Bird War. Fuck. Yeah, we've got to design the box too, because I don't know what the box is gonna look like, but it's gonna be cool. Whatever I do for it, it's gonna be rad. I think. I hope. Anyway, but I'll see you guys. I was gonna say tomorrow, but it's Friday, isn't it? So I'll see you guys on Monday. I'll probably be. I think I'm gonna have to miss next Wednesday, but I should be live all next week. We should have Tayor and a couple of the characters done, and do some cool Eldara related things, because also we might be doing some book related things I got Veyron done, and I just need to get Kolos done, and then I'll have our little novel characters done for that silly project. But either way, if you want any of the first edition stuff, what's on there, the inventory that's on there is on there, and it's it. So all right, I'll catch you guys later. Have a great weekend, man. Be good. Go play some games. I am going to take some time off today, relax, play some games. So you should too. And also you should take your Ella Blackwoods to Taco Bell, because we'll see if I'll be taking mine. We're gonna go downstairs, roll the dice, and see how hungry she is. But catch you later, guys. Thanks for chilling today.